So, right here, here is where men have been with their freedom of speech. Toxic yin, not being able to speak enough, because way over here, toxic yang has been the feminist telling them to shut up all the damn time. And unfortunately, these feminists, these tyrannical, emotional terrorists, can hold a lot of these guys' jobs hostage. Like, for instance, at the university, when I see all these damn faculty senate meetings, all these guys keep speaking up and they keep getting shut down because, for one, they're outnumbered by these crazy bitches. And then for two, they're always talking about bullshit, like feelings and being offended and all of that. Does that make sense? Did you fall asleep, Bolts?
No, I was muted to let that
Okay.
play.
Yeah.
Because I'll make comments throughout it, so I mute myself so that way you can do your thing. I yeah, to me, I like how you explain it in layman's terms, because to me it sounds like somebody who's in the matrix preaching about the matrix, you know, kind of like trying to make fake steak eaters, try to understand the matrix, and they'll never grasp it. This is kind of like you're explaining this, few people will understand it, and anybody like a feminist, pedophile, psychopath, serial killer who watches this, they'll go one ear and right out the fucking other. They won't know how to compute it because
Right.
they're total narcissists. Yeah, they
Right.
can't. They don't have the ability. It's kind of like this. If you're a feminist with a PhD,
Right.
and yeah, if you're a feminist with a PhD, you won't have the mental capacity to be able to absorb this because it goes against your programmed worldview. Whatever you've convinced yourself is the truth with whatever field that it is, that gives you some kind of delusional superiority complex over others, you will find a way to dismiss this cis white man,
Right.
in anything that he says, because you're not a psychologist, you're a communist. There's a difference.
Right. Right.
You eat fake steak, you know. You
Mm.
haven't you're too you feel that you are too good, above the common folk, the peasants, to share in a bowl of educational gruel like this.
Mm.
I don't know other way that I can. That, in other words, they don't like, they can't stand the taste of the tasty wheat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he always worries about his channel because, like you said, I refuse to use that C word. He is he's just a normal white dude. That's cis bullshit.
No, I'm just
I
using
know
their language.
their language.
Cis, cis to speak of a straight white male as a cis male is a dismissive term. It's an
Cis
insulting.
heteronormative.
Right.
Yeah.
If a woman were to walk up and call me a cis white male, I would confront her right off the bat. I would be automatically confrontational. And
Yeah.
the fact that she's dismissing me because I am a straight white male, let's make it clear that the language that you just used was to dismiss me as a human being, not
Yeah.
just as a straight white male, but to dismiss me as a human being. We share the same DNA. We share the same genetic makeup as human beings. And using that terminology, creating terminology to separate yourself, from a straight white male by calling me a cis, you know, is dismissive terminology. It's racial terminology. It's gender racial terminology, separatist terminology. That's exactly what it is. It's Marxist terminology. You know, to make other people lesser than the bougie,
Mhm.
commie elite that they're trying to make themselves out to be.
Right.
When in
They think they're
fact the
special.
first people that get right, the first people that will get put up against the wall and shot are all the university professors at A&M. When the real communists get here, they're going to line you all up. They're going to against the wall. They're going to shoot you, and they're going to bury you in a mass grave, and nobody will ever know where you were even existed. That's the way communism works. That's the way leftism works.
Right. Yeah, well, the majority of his, well, I don't know. I did hear him say here recently that it was about 50-50 now. I know his, well, like male and female, his followers. So he used to have predominantly women. I think over the past, I don't know, year or two, he got more men followers, which is good. Because really, he can't help these women. Not really, because he can't ever tell them the truth.
No, they won't understand the language. It's kind of like, trying to explain what anarcho-capitalism is to Alice.
God.
It's kind of like in reading Alice's response, when she wrote that book report, that made me laugh, you know, because she literally writes the way she thinks,
Mm-hmm.
whatever thought. I mean, she can't write creatively and and translate that in a context to where another person can understand it in grammar.
Right.
So she types out every thought that comes through her head. I mean, we can go back and read her stuff. I mean, you can see it, you
Oh
know.
yeah.
And it's like, I feel like I'm reading her brain. I'm not reading what she's saying. It's like a transcript of what's going on in her brain. Remember those
Mm-hmm.
little teletypes and shit that the computers used to spit out, like the tape, like tick 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 tick. I'm like, it's like trying to read her comments is like trying to read the fucking tape.
Mm-hmm. She actually had some good posts. Actually, here, let me go back to one where she did some actual
I'm sure
grammar.
she's improved. They make me laugh.
Here you go.
Like
Here you go. Here.
it's classic Dunning Kruger.
I think she
You're
got
gonna
this
have
from
to read that.
Cyber Toxin, but
That
check
is
this
way
out.
too small.
Yeah, hold on.
I'd have to get up and go up to my TV and read that. I'm not doing that. What is that?
What? That?
What is that? What? Yeah. What is that a picture of? Oh,
She
is that one of
made
her
it.
voodoo dolls?
No, she said, let's see, because her son, one of her sons likes this marshmallow music.
No,
I don't know.
that Bruja witch is making voodoo dolls, man. I'm telling you. Look, they
A
look like masks. They
Blair
look like
Witch.
me. Yeah, she look like Blair Witch, bougie bitch, making voodoo dolls of me and shit.
Yeah, this is her. But
No
check it
wonder that
out.
pain in my back's been coming from lately.
Yeah, I think, let's see. Let's see. I don't gossip. Here's what gossip's all about. Yeah, she copied and pasted this from the internet, so it's all like, proper.
It's not even okay. So look at it. She copy pastes her comments
Yeah. But
because she can't come up with any of her own. Oh God. Oh, dude.
well,
Oh, Jack, man,
well,
if you were only here in that time we read that transcript, we call it her Alice's book report.
Yeah.
I wish I had a copy of that because it's the most hilarious shit I've ever read on the internet.
And she doesn't even get she has no idea because you know it's been pretty. I haven't been streaming as much, so that a couple of the guys have been making comments to see if she'll catch him, and she does, of course. Like Lawrence has been trolling her, and Manletopia has been trolling her pretty hard. But let's see.
Oh, I'm sure since he's been outed as your son.
Oh yeah, my son, and then of course Lawrence. He's hold on, let me see what. Yeah, I missed this live. Oh, my queen, please forgive my absence. I shall kiss your feet next time and also have the best grapes for you, too. So,
Who said
because
that?
Alice, that's Lawrence. So, Lawrence commented that on one of the lives because,
Oh, he's simping hard. Look at that. Oh,
no,
Lawrence
no,
is
no.
so.
He's trolling her because he knows she psycho watches. I mean, they've been
Oh,
this
okay.
crazy bitch crew has been accusing Lawrence of being my spy and spying for me, and he just got tired of hearing their fucking shit, and now he's just trolling them. But no, because
Oh, that's a troll. Okay.
yeah, that's a
I was gonna
fucking
say,
troll.
man, you simping. Look at you.
No, no, no.
Kiss the
He's
boot. Kiss
trolling.
the heel. Kiss the heel.
Yeah,
Get on your knees and kiss it. You sippy
because
bastard.
she's doing this. But funny story, this Brandon guy that she pulled out of a local AA group,
Uh-huh.
he's literally doing the thing that she's accusing Lawrence of doing because he's just fucking trolling her. It's so
Uh-huh.
funny because Manletopia has been calling that guy out. So it's
Yeah,
funny.
for a minute
He's
there,
like,
I thought,
you're my everything. Like saying that shit to Alice. Hold on. Okay, look, here's some inspirational stuff. Keep this in mind, y'all. Inspiration. Inspiration. She posts so much. I don't know how in the hell with two damn young kids how she has this much time.
because she don't fucking do anything except flat back on her ass all day.
Okay, here's some of
Like,
her.
she, her and Angler got so much in common. They should hook up.
Right?
'Cause
Well,
all he does is flat back on his phone all day too.
right. Oh, celibate scorpion. Let's see.
A
Dun,
vegan
dun.
flatbacker.
Yeah. Alice is trying to be friends with Scorpthot. I don't think Scorpthot's biting though. I think she realized how fucking retarded she is.
Community walking hypocrite right there, Scorp thought.
Yeah. Narcissist. Where is the post that I saw? Music. Some guy from the AA. Some virtue signaling. There we go. Volunteer. Here's some songs. Angler. Yeah, they're friends now, apparently. That's a thing. Well, yeah, Brandon's her new boy. See, nothing but hearts.
Brandon who?
Oh, a
Not
guy
that.
that
Not that.
huh?
Not that Brandon. Another Brandon.
No, this guy here. Yeah, not that Brandon. Heart, heart, heart. The Manletopia. Hold on, let me go here. This is funny. Where is it? There you go. Manletopia. God, you're a simp. Not that, Brandon. God, you're a stupid little shit. Manletopia. Boo hoo wah wah. Not your Brandon. Let's see. You're just mad. I won't follow your little gay ass army of fucktards and followers, your fake ass mother. You're mad because Alice puts your stupid ass in check. Manletopia said, Alice can't do shit about anyone or anything, simp. Brandon said, hell, you can't either, little boy. Manletopia's like, so you admit she can't? So they've just been back and forth because Brandon's literally kissing her fucking feet. Like, calling her so hot and, oh, you're so bad. And, oh, you're my
Brandon,
everything.
You know, I'm sure his balls will be nice and comfy in her brand new fucking purse made out of male scrotum.
Oh, they're already
I still
there.
got that meme somewhere. Remember that meme? The purse is made
Oh,
out of like high quality men's scrotum, cup scrotum.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, somebody needs to send that fucking meme to Brandon. Yeah, as a Christmas gift.
Okay, here's Alice's brother, who's been commenting on my stuff. So I'm going to go over some of this tomorrow because this is how her brother apparently writes too.
Really?
I don't buy it.
Does he? Does he?
He
write
says,
like he writes out every thought.
like Alice. Oh,
Yeah.
she added some punctuation to this one, but the
So
first.
did she write it for him or what?
No, it's her. She's running out of white
She's LARPing.
knights. She's LARPing. She's running out of fucking white knights now that Angler is going off fishing. Yeah, look at this. As Salty Cracker always says, let the salt flow. Man, she gets trigger easy. Finally speak to her and bam, now she my fan. Could I change my name to Famous Dave? Or should I change my name to Famous Dave? No, this is Alice. This is fucking Alice, man. She's so fucking retarded. Yeah. Yep. All she has is assumptions, name calling, and personal attacks, straight fallacies. Is that how you know she's lost and has nothing to go on and has nothing to bring to the conversation? I spoke my piece. She should have left my nephews out of this and you and her. They will be great men one day. Glad to be their uncle. I know you can hold your own, but you need to know your family is watching and we do care and we will protect and speak up for our kin. That what us men in family are meant to do. She fails realize she fails to realize I paid attention from day one. Evil only prevails when good men sit back and do nothing. Now she knows your family is here. She very delusional and foul-mouthed woman. She must learn that from her mama. Glad you're standing your ground. Ain't no yellow bellies in this family. Remember what dad said. Small-minded folks talk about people. Great minds talk with people while they are doing things, and wise minds tend their own business, making a life people will love to talk about they and wish they had. Hashtag IGY6. Your big brother, David. No. Dragon Ball.
This is what we were talking about, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, look, she shares some
the book report.
Inspirational shit. Oh, and look, copy and paste. What is manipulation? Blah, 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 blah. Mental health. Because she likes to fucking try to attempt to talk about psychology and depression and blah, blah, blah. She doesn't fucking know. But it's a copy paste. Gaslighting, blah, blah, blah. How to spot manipulation. Here we go. This is a good one. This is where she starts with all the hashtags.
Thanks for stopping by, Jack. If you pass out, bro. Thank you for stopping by, bro. Come back and see us sometime.
This channel is using people content to misrepresent the people content to make it seem things were said and they weren't making and they weren't making altered clips. The owner of the channel has done this to many people and uses people content to help promote her twisted idea of the truth. She uses the title she does as clickbait. No one should misuse others' content in this manner. Stay aware. There are many channels just like this one, just like mainstream media, always altering the facts to get likes and shares and views. Hashtag stay awake, not woke. Hashtag expose the agendas. Hashtag truth is out there. Hashtag patriots. This is definitely Alice. I'm sorry. But all the shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can tell.
I mean, unless, this might be her brother. Oh, actually, you know what? Alice, I made her list. Do I get any prizes for being number 2 on the list? You're number 1 now. She invited me to her panel. I decline, of course. She may want to date me if she hears my deep voice. You know that southern drawl might get her hooked. And that kind woman isn't my type. I got my running shoes on now, sis. Pray for her fish in that tank. They can't help their caretaker. You know what's funny? In the beginning, no, in the beginning when those crazy bitches started trolling my channel, they were talking shit about about my aquarium. About, oh, it's dirty, you gotta clean your aquarium, whatever. Let us pray for those fish. Oh, she will be doing another live stream, of course, no surprise from this woman. She loves talking about you, Alice. My first official hate stream. Oh, the excitement. As Salty Cracker always says, let the salt flow. Yeah, hate stream. And I shared this because he made a comment. And I asked him, let's see. Because he was complaining like, oh, I'm her brother. You put a man on your list. See, you attack men. You're just whatever. And I said, prove it and call in tomorrow when I do my stream on Alice, and I'll take you off my woman's list. And there was a portion in what he wrote that was talking about him. So I said, curious by him, do you mean that Heavenly Father Alice claims her illegitimate sons have, which makes them not bastards? She talks about her sons not being bastards because they have their Heavenly Father.
No, they're bastards.
Yeah, right.
No, but yeah, it's to me. It sounds like she's LARPing. You know,
she's totally
she's making a fictional, making a character to bounce off of to make it look like whatever it is she's trying to make it look like. It looks ridiculous.
No, she's out of people online that are willing to talk shit to me in her defense. See, this is one of the comments.
She just won't take the L, will she?
She's so backed into a corner. She literally had to get a local guy, okay? A local dude that's currently in AA where she decided to fucking go volunteer. I guess she reconnected with somebody she knew locally. And now he's online talking shit to Manletopia. In her defense, in simping for hardcore.
You gotta be kidding me.
No.
So let me get this right. She went to AA.
Yeah.
Met a dude who got and gave him a sob story to, I guess, convince him to come online and simp for her. Is that or white knight for her? Is that pretty much the gist of it?
That's pretty much the gist of it. Yeah.
Oh, that's so pathetic.
I feel bad for the dude because she's literally just using him. But
Yeah, when he finds out, let me tell you something about, people who go to AA and alcoholics. There's a reason why they're there, because people have used them and threw them to the wayside. And when you
Hmm.
got one of these fucking Bruja witches, going manipulating these men, these succubi, and they're manipulating these men the same way they got manipulated in that to begin with, he'll turn around, he'll kill that bitch.
Alex, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
You must be using a filter.
Mm-mm.
Yes, you are.
I ain't using no filter.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. It's just regular recording.
Why are you recording me?
Because I want to.
You want to relive the nightmare.
See how rude she can be? She's so unladylike. Mental health.
Mental health.
All right.
Yeah.
Alex, what are you doing?
Yeah, we'll see this again on like the 6 o'clock news when they find her body.
Yeah, dude. 4 days ago,
They ask,
this
asking the
other
public, if they have. Do you know this woman? We found her body on the river.
this other fucking bastard factory Latin patriot. She never cams up because she was actually the first one out of this whole group that came to my channel to have a conversation. She's like, "Hi, nice to meet you. Peace and blessings to you." 4 days ago. It's like he's a new guy. She ran out of gulag dudes that were willing to run to her defense and come after me. So she picked one up from AA, and now that Angler tapped out, it seems like he's gone fishing, which is good. He needed to get the fuck away from her and quit listening to this stupid ass. But then she made up her brother's account. So I know Cybertoxin is still working in the background for her. But out in front, she's only got her yeah, this is him.
You fucking call it spot on, dude.
But
It's People's Republic Fork.
what's that?
Look at the CCP. I'm just reading Jack's comment.
Oh,
The Tardistan.
how about this one?
That's a babe right there. That's my baby. That's a babe right there. That's my baby.
Oh man, you thirsty motherfucker, dude.
Bulls, look at these shorts, dude. It looks like she jumped off that elevator just to squeeze into him, man. It's just like this in fucking public. Here is your traditional conservative woman. Never mind, she's been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock, never been married, wears a fucking grill in her mouth, but claims to be a traditional conservative woman.
Well, the world needs hoes too, I guess. What are you gonna do? Wow. You got to be thirsty. And your tongue got to be all like pruned up and shit,
Oh man,
Teeth all
Latopia's
dry,
here.
cracked and shit. Fucking drink. Take a drink of that shit. God dang.
Hey,
It hurts my eyes
Minlatopia.
just looking at it.
Yeah, tomorrow's stream's gonna be fun, Minlatopia. I think so too.
Yeah, it'd be good times tomorrow, man. Looking forward to it. Yeah, but this is what we've been rolling on over here, Jack. It's fucking hilarious, man. Especially reading her shit, man. Especially she's so illiterate. She's got to cut and paste comments.
Mm.
And she got IQ 145.
Right. Not.
Oh, this shit, this cracks. Oh man, it never. Yeah, gotta love the fucking internet, man. It's full of really entertaining shit.
Yeah. So let's see. She came in on Cush's. See, she targeted Cush's comment specifically for this. Kush said you should tell her that we don't need a hint with the finger up her nose avatar. We already know. Oh, because her avatar in here is where she was. Yeah. Here's her avatar. But she said, I said, well, not everybody knows, but soon they will. And she writes, yes, we also know she clipped that to paint a narrative, so she cut a paste, uses this man content to attack another woman, so that woman will think that man was talk about her, but he was talking to Mandy about Manlytopia since he claims he is her son, but the math don't add up. He states he's 20. She stated her son was 17. So who lying? Manlytopia or her? Actually, my son's 18. So she doesn't fucking pay very close attention. Let's see. And yes, everyone will know how you been lying and using men to do your bidding real soon. Even this man being used. Thought you care about MGTOW men, or was you being fake nice to Angler to use him? Now you're being just like a feminist going after men. Tisk tisk. And I said, you might want to become more literate, Bastard Factory thought, before you pretend to be someone other than the mentally ill idiot Alice. And then she goes, as a woman always does presume, assumes. Assumes. She types the same fucking way. And then she said, this is her brother. Now leave my nephew and sister alone. She not alone. She has family. My nephews are not bastards, and neither is my sister at a bastard factory. You are nothing but a bully. Watch you month on end harass her. I have seen all the videos. She recorded them all. And here you are again painting another narrative. We get it. You're obsessed with my sister. See, she said the same thing. Said, so she's bringing in another dude to fight some battle with a woman she started. I don't believe you. And that's when I got the long one. That what big a brother do? Take up for their sisters. You obviously don't have a structured family nor know how they work, and you're coming after my nephews with your vulgar language, belittling them for being born. A nuclear family take care of one another. All you have is your assumptions and name calling, fallacies you run to. I spoke because this has gone on too long over her blocking you because you are a real crazy woman. I can tell how many women have you gone after. Your list tells on you and Alice's videos where you admit to spreading the mind viruses yourself. Nothing but a cry bully. See, this is all fucking Alice. This is what she has been saying over and over on everybody's channel. Like she spits this emotional diarrhea all over the internet.
Oh, it's great because she actually thinks people are buying this shit. You know, I mean,
enough is enough.
like,
don't you have something more to talk about?
It's kind of like, you know, she's like sitting there like Dr. Evil, like some kind of fucking mastermind, and she comes up with this shit.
Right. She didn't send me. I came on my own. You're divorced, so that means you're a single mother too. So why are you going after single mothers again? Actually, I go after liars. I don't believe children should be born out of wedlock, personally. But just because I said she wasn't a traditional conservative woman, there's nothing traditional or conservative about her at all. I smell a hypocrite. Now done, said my piece. You can make as many false claim posts you want. I won't see them anymore, but I will collect them. See, he's collecting them now? Strange. Now you can add another man to your list for taking up for his family. What men do you probably never seen one? Well, now you have. Now leave my family alone. Oh, she's so fucking retarded. Hello, Billy.
I'm telling you, man, it's Dunning-Kruger. Dunning-Kruger, man. I mean, there you go. I mean, really, in real life, her brother, probably got a job. If she actually had a brother, got a job, got chick of his own, got his own problems and shit. You think he's honestly going to take time to come over, to this and fucking deal with this drama? Like he doesn't have enough fucking problems to deal with. He's gonna pile on Alice's fucking problems on his lap too, on his plate too.
There's no way.
No,
There's no way.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
No fucking way in hell. No self-respecting dude. Her brother would have to be a total fucking simp to the point to where even his girlfriend would allow him to come on and participate in this shit, in this fuckery.
Right. There's no way.
Nope.
There's no way.
That's what makes it so funny, that she actually thinks that this is gonna work for some reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Controller commented. Third photo is what she is about a bitch going out harassing other people, falsely accusing other people of things which she is guilty of herself. Bottom bitch. Here it is.
Well,
hi.
One thing that she didn't realize in it is that she's thinking she can pull the wool over people's eyes that she interacts with. We're not talking about her response trying to at us, but to other people as well. I mean, this is just based on a lie, based on a lie, based on a lie, based on a lie. We all know how that ends.
Yeah.
I dropped the link for you, Billy, if you want to come up, man.
Here it is. Hi, my name is Dave. I am awesome Alice big brother. She is right. You're obsessed with her. You even so delusional to think this is her account, clown. Hashtag little sister is right about you. That reminds me of hashtag Alice was right. If wasn't for name calling, you have nothing. Such a gutter mouth you must have learned from your mother. And I said, feel free to call in tomorrow and prove it. We'll be having a stream in your sister's honor, and you're welcome to defend it live. And then I got this. You insult me, then invite me. Are you unhinged, maybe? Twisted romance? I don't know what that means. Maybe touched in the head, maybe? See, I hear Alice say that all the time. You sound like a crazy woman, you know that, right? I will kindly decline your offer. For all you will do is name calling and use your men to attack me, then cut my mic like you did my sister. Yeah, I was watching. She tried to give you an olive branch at live stream 60. No, she didn't. Alice came up and she couldn't fucking keep her mouth shut long enough to let anybody talk. She was so emotionally damn unstable, and she has no fucking manners or any kind of proper social etiquette. So I had to keep muting her because she wouldn't stop yelling like a fucking retard. Just to be clear, David.
Mhm.
You have no accountability. All you do is deflect from your own responsibility of your own actions. I already defended my sister when I spoke up to you. I said what I needed to, woman. Now listen, woman, if you want to spend your time on this, go ahead. But you're wasting your time, not mine. It, woman like you that destroy families for you think you know what best for them. Think you know someone when you don't know them at all. You don't know me. I don't know anybody
No,
else
that's her.
that's you make stuff
You know,
up for
every guy in the
attention.
chat knows ain't no dude gonna write a fucking essay like this.
Right, right,
Or
right.
it's just no.
Oh, it all you have is your assumptions and lies. You think you know it all, but that where you just sadly mistaken. No one knows it all. Only God Almighty, and you're not him. Your opinion has no authority, for it's based in lies. There is no truth in you, woman. Hope you get a life, cause if this your life, it pretty pathetic, I will say, but I say that lightly. Nice you added me, a man, to your woman's list. Just told on yourself. Yes, you're after men that stand up to you. Alice is right. You did exactly what she said you would. Add me for speaking up for her. My sister jar of she was right when comes to you is getting full, just like Alex Jones has about the media. My sister blocked you and you started hate streams about her. Your how dare you moment. Wait, your how dare you moment is that what your friend Billy stated, it is right. She has been keeping records of all of it and rebutting your false claims, for it's her right. Like I suggest to her do. Wait, like I suggested to her do. My family means something. You're just some crazy woman on YouTube trying to make a name for yourself by attacking others with your foul mouth of yours, misrepresenting people's content for money. Need to take some classes on how to be a lady. Until you do, will be lonely old maid just like lady with 40 cats. Oh yeah, do your fish a favor and clean their tank. I care more about them fish than you. Goodbye, David. Hashtag expose the agenda of crazy woman. By the way, she keeps bringing this up. This monetizing thing, content for money. Monetize that. Like every fucking video, every rant she has, she always brings this up. And I know she was trying to demonetize me on my channel and she was pissed. So tomorrow I'm going to monetize my dissection just to
She's
piss
the
her off.
female version of this cuck dude I know.
Yeah.
Jack knows who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. This is the female version of that. I mean, it's some spurgy ass shit, man. Like, wow.
Yeah.
You could tell
So,
it's easy to tell. No self-respecting dude is going to write anything like this.
I know.
And not have enough common sense. If your grammar's that bad, you're gonna use some spell check or something. Because you don't want to look stupid in front of the other dudes.
All right. Yeah. She wants me to take what? Let's see. You need to take some classes on how to be a lady. Until you do, how to be a
That's
lady.
their thing. That's the other
Like
thing.
Alice.
They don't get involved in between women's squabbles.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, such a lady.
We do our best, try to keep the peace, but if it gets out of hand, we're just going to sit down with a beer and watch the show.
Yeah. Is this acting like a lady? Here you go, Billy. I tried to torture Billy with this earlier. I don't think he clicked on it on purpose.
Yeah, Billy's right on there. If you just change the name, it sounds just like her.
Right. Sorry, Billy. I know I sent it to Kush earlier. Just a little after stream torture. Mm. Is this what I know Chronic says it all the time. He talks about bread tube. Is that what bread tube means? They said it's where their pants are kind of tight, that their bellies stick out like a can of biscuits, like poke out.
Like a can of
he calls them bread tubers. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a can of biscuits, like a can of French bread sticks, and you open them up.
Right, and it's like poking out. Mm.
That's funny you said that because I had biscuits for dinner tonight, and that made me some biscuits and gravy and shit, and it reminds me when I popped the can, the biscuits.
Right.
Spot fucking on. Look at all that dough hanging on the cheese.
Malatopia. She needs cardio.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Manlatopia. Yeah, actually, low birth weight and just being undersized is a very common symptom of incest babies. So I know she prides herself on being like 4'8" and having the bone structure of like a 7-year-old, but I mean, anybody with any medical background or genetic background would look at that and be like, does that mean her parents were related?
Oh, she's only 4'8". Wow, pedo bait.
Yeah, well, and she plays that pretty hard. I mean, come on. She's 37.
No, she's in her
Why
30s and she dresses like what? She dresses like a fucking, 13-year-old thought,
Yeah.
wearing the hoochie mama pants and shit and the halter tops and shit all tore up, trying to show off her flat chest. Yeah, I'm sure the pedos get off on that. Apparently they have. She wound up with 3 kids and no dad, so.
Right. I was wondering how she ended up pregnant 3 times out of wedlock.
Yeah, pedos. Yeah, they like the petite, ones that act like little girls. She knows it. She knows the game. She knows exactly what the fuck, she knows what the boys like, what the pedos like. Her milkshake brings all the pedos to the yard, to the playground.
And that would make sense how she would get these guys to come after me, like in defense of her, because naturally men don't get involved in women's shit. They only get involved if there's a child being harmed. So, like, I know she acts like a child.
Me and you had that conversation before, and you saw how I handled it. Most
Yeah.
men will handle it in a similar fashion.
Yeah.
They're not going to come online and write fucking, essays about, bullshit that they don't really care about. Yeah. real men aren't concerned about, or even even pedos and shit aren't going to fucking run to the defense like this. You know, they'll come in and they'll say what they have to say, and that, to us, that's the law, and we'll leave it at that. You know, if it's got to become confrontational, then it'll go to, argument and blows after that. But normally we can, like, say our piece and we're good with that. But normally when you got two thoughts going at it, we're gonna step back and watch the show.
Yeah.
It's like this. I'm not gonna white knight for you, or come to your defense. Now, if I'm having a conversation with you, if we're having a back and forth, and I'm like we are right now, say like some white knight or asshole troll comes up in here and starts interfering with that conversation, then I'm going to get involved, because you fucking with me while I'm having. It's kind of like, somebody fucking with me when I'm trying to eat my dinner. That's disrespectful.
Yeah.
When I'm if I consider you a friend, as I do, you know, if anybody's going to interfere with that friendship, Joe Buddy knows well what I'm talking about. Joe Buddy, a long time ago, tried to convince Lori that, our relationship isn't going anywhere. Well, my question to Joe Buddy: who the fuck are you to gauge what kind of relationship me and Lori have to begin with? And why the fuck are you trying to run her off, and tell her not to fucking talk to me or communicate with me anymore? Who the fuck are you? you know. And I blocked Joe off Discord after that, and wouldn't talk to him for a very long time. I've only just recently started speaking to him just recently, you know.
Mm,
But yeah, and that's not white knighting. That is
right.
correcting a motherfucker who stuck his nose where it didn't belong.
Right.
Don't come in between me and my friendships. I'll fuck you up.
Yeah. Angler still talks about that. He still claims that he was just here to ask a simple question, even though, like, that wasn't your guys' first interaction. The first time, the night I took his wrench when he was drunk and being combative, was like he was getting in between one of your conversations you were having with somebody else. Like, he was doing the exact
Right.
same damn thing. And that wasn't the first time he was being combative with dudes on my channel. And he seems to fucking forget all that. How patient I was with him many, many, many times, and how patient other people were when he was being aggressive and fucking drunk.
hmm Well, my relationship with you is strictly professional, same it is with Lori. Me and Lori have been
Yeah.
friends a long time. Me and Mrs. Kaw and Harley have been friends. Marie have been friends for a very long time. As a dude, I mean, I can hold a conversation with the women, with women and shit. And I don't need some dude coming up behind me telling me, who I can and cannot talk with, or have a conversation with, or who to associate with. Who the fuck are these people? You know, I just don't get it, where they get off thinking that they've been bestowed some kind of authority to come tell me uh, how to communicate, who to communicate with. Where the
Right.
where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are they in my real world? Nobody in my real world ever comes up to me and tries to correct me like that. These people aren't real. They're disingenuous. And hi, Billy, how you doing?
Hey, Billy.
Hey, Bullets, AGM.
What's happening?
I'll be right
Not
back.
much.
Okay.
So you guys are just like going over some shenanigans.
Oh, yeah. I'm watching Alice talk to herself, pretending she's her brother.
Uh, try to offer some suggestions of like zipping it.
I know she doesn't. She doesn't get it.
But I can tell you a little anecdotal story. It might be of insight to you guys, and it might actually be of use to Alice if she's watching.
You know she's watching.
The conundrum that is now formed You see, because if this brother is true,
Mm-hmm.
then he and with her, well, like the two of them, I suppose, have created a situation now where the burden of proof is on them.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's not going to look very good. It's going to be evident that they are one and the same. So, how do you, if you've got this burden of proof on you, how do you go about doing it? That means either he has to come onto the panel, presuming he is a real person,
Mm-hmm.
but you won't want to do that. Or otherwise, you could have the two of them, say, in the chat box, typing away, but at least in theory, on surface level, two people are present at the same time. Now,
No.
or some other way that you can present. It's like Batman and Bruce Wayne. You never see both of them in the same room at the same time.
No,
So
because she could do that on her. She has multiple phones. Apparently, I've
that's what
seen her take videos from a
Oh.
phone on another phone. So.
Yeah. But this is this is how Mega Man got caught out, because how do you pretend? How do you be two people at the same time without making a blunder? So in Mega Man's situation, which she is copying, so I don't know if he's a role model or something like that, or a pioneer. Not like this is some brand new, like, aha, I'm the first one ever to think of this idea. I mean,
Right.
it's nothing original.
Right.
And if you wanted, like, you already kind of covered what was written. I mean, it's carbon copy.
Yeah.
It's how on earth, like, I get it, like, siblings have similarities between them,
Not this
but
much.
this is so similar, it's one and the same.
Right.
I mean, the first part where it's talking about twisted romance made me
Yeah.
think of emotional incest, because if the made up persona is you, essentially, that you projected onto an opposite gender,
Mhm.
then in a psychological way you are in a relationship with that person. It's you and yourself, and you guys have already said it, like she's basically talking to herself.
Yeah, she's talking to herself.
So
She's masturbating herself through
right,
her
so
brother, which is fucking weird.
That's the twisted romance. It's an emotional incest with a made up person.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if her brothers are her baby daddies.
Well, I don't even know if she like realistically has a brother. She's never mentioned brothers before. Now suddenly there's a brother, and there's other little telltale signs, you know. The staunch patronism coming through. Now again, maybe siblings have a similar upbringing, so there could be a similarity there, but it's just so close that you can't tell the difference. It's one and the same.
Yeah. She tagged Manlatopia in this one also.
So I suggest, because now the situation is which the two of them, whether they want to blame each other for it, whoever is at fault, but they've now created a curiosity, as it were, whether or not this brother is a real person, or is it a made-up persona of Alice's. And if she doesn't provide proof of this, then people are going to look at it and be like, this is a made-up person, unless they're a complete idiot and can't see the overlap or the similarities. So for her own prerogative, she should be inclined to want to prove, or he, the brother, should want to prove that no, I am indeed a separate individual person. I have my own life, or whatever, my own personality, and we are not the same person. So that's down to her to figure out, or him to figure out how they're going to go about doing it. And one of the ways will be to both be present at the same time, to be like, look, how can we be two people at once? Now, I won't give the game away completely, because it's going to be fun to watch her try and keep track of which character she's playing at any given one time. But that was the pitfall of Mega Man. Look into it, Alice, if you want to find out more. Yeah, he was forgetting who he was playing, and it's like, hang on, we know this ain't you now, because
Elspeth keeps doing that. I've caught her up but multiple times this past year.
if the brother suddenly turns around and says, for example, "Stop using my minor son," you'd be like, "What do you mean your minor son? I thought he was your
Right.
nephew."
No, I want him on the panel and in the chat. No, he's not going to be allowed to fucking chat in the chat. He needs to hit that link.
Well,
So
Speaking of Elspeth, I stepped in a pile of it today and had to use a fucking wire brush to scrape it off my boot. It's gross. Ugh.
I don't know. I seem to be helping people out now. We're like, come on, you guys have been sloppy with your manipulation. Let me help you.
right. Well, they're fucking retarded, Billy. They don't. I don't think they really understand how to be as deceptive as the kind of people we've seen be deceptive. Like, this is kindergarten compared to what a lot smarter people are capable of.
Yeah, there's actually as a subject matter or a topic, it's actually quite a it's a you could do a whole stream just about like, why is it they take you for a muppet and think that you're going to be fooled so easily.
No, just Alice. Like, the people that are smarter than her don't even fucking try because they know it's not going to work. Only the most retarded, bottom of the barrel, bottom bitch of the bottom bitch online.
But there's plenty of people who are like this, and
Well,
each of them think they're a unicorn and they are unique in some way and they're gonna outsmart everyone. But it's like the patterns are. It's like they're playing out the same playbook.
Yeah.
They, from their point of view, they don't realize it, so they think they're the only ones who have this. They think it's a clever idea, but it's like, nah, this is very predictable, and we already know the sort of outcome. Yeah. And that kind of boggles their minds. Like, how on earth can you haven't got telepathy, you don't know what's going to happen, you haven't got a crystal ball. And it's like, yeah, but all we've got to do is just let it play out and watch what happens. It's case in point, like Mega Man's done it before, and I know other people who have tried this sort of game before. And then they'll take their channel down and things and be like, oh, someone's been after me and persecution, and YouTube isn't sided with me. It's like, at least for me personally, I've heard this stuff before.
Yeah, Man Like Topia, it's so funny watching him go, because Alice will tag him, like, look, she tagged him again over here. So Man Like Topia will go over there and make a comment because, Alice fucking started the shit, right? And then, like, I think the last thread I saw him on, it was like Alice, her new boyfriend Brandon, and the fat ass Latin patriot were all having to go at him, and it was like he was running circles around all of them. It was so damn funny.
So you might wonder why would someone do something like this? And there'll be a few reasons. One, it kind of like bolsters their numbers, or it makes it appear like they got more supporters. Like, look who's on my side. It happens to be my brother or whatever, or whoever. In Mega Man's case, it was just a complete fabrication. It wasn't a relative he was claiming. It was just some fan of his, apparently. But lo and behold, it was him. So one is to like bolster the numbers, two, take off the heat and get someone else. It's like, here comes a new challenger, Street Fighter 2. Here comes a new challenger, but it's the same challenger, but it's the appearance of like, all right, now you're messing with someone, air quotes, different, someone new,
right?
So now it's like two of us against you, but it's the same person, and it's a form a little bit like triangulation, so that you're supposed to be disorientated. Like, who am I talking to? Am I talking to, what's his name, American Patriot, or am I talking to Alice, sort of thing? So you don't know. It's meant to sort of get you off kilter, so that you can't coordinate your defense or attacks or your combos. But ultimately, what ends up happening is she, from their point of view, she or whoever it is now creating, like I said before, this predicament of she has to keep on top of these personalities now. She's spinning multiple plates.
Yeah. Dude, the way I'm reading this, maybe it is her brother, and he's telling on her that she's a prostitute.
That's exactly what this is, Billy. She's got another plate to spin.
As she does
And
prostitution.
if it falls and crashes, it's just going to expose how stupid she is.
The thing is,
I'm telling you, dude,
it's
she's
not
her
like
own worst enemy.
it's not like their own worst enemy, and she's done it onto herself. And because if he suddenly, this male brother persona suddenly disappears, well, it's going to be like, but I thought you stick up for your little sister, so where the hell have you gone?
Oh, no. He said he's been watching from the beginning, that the whole family has been.
Well, that's because she's been watching from the beginning. So
Yeah.
so it's like a split personality thing going on.
Right.
But the reason why he's now suddenly outspoken, allegedly,
Because she lost Angler.
well,
The day she lost Angler is the day this dude surfaced.
likely, yeah. Like
she needs 3 white knights going at the same time. She has cybertoxin, which has been here the longest. She has this Brandon guy, and she lost Angler, so she had to make up somebody real quick.
The new Transformers movie. Do you guys know Transformers? You know
I'm just saying she don't want to take the L's. You know, she's if this plate falls off that she's spinning on this, if it falls, that's a huge L. You know, she's not going to be able to avoid.
She only has 2 real plates left. The third one's fake. So cybertoxin and this new guy Brandon are the only 2 that are buying her bullshit currently.
So I mean, her credibility is being attached to this one.
Oh yeah,
a lot more. Do you guys know Transformers? You know the character Mirage? He's actually being featured in the new movie. Well, he produces.
I had Mirage when I was a kid.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm
not awesome. I mean, superb. But so Mirage creates illusions, and one of his gimmicks or tricks is to make copies of himself. So if you were to attack him, you wouldn't know which one is the real one because there's like several of them.
Like a shadow clone.
Yeah, I mean they that
on Naruto.
You know, like it's been done many times in different sort of formats where it's just like Doctor Strange did it in Endgames or whatever. There's like 100 Doctor Strange, and Thanos is trying to like, how do I know which one is the real one?
No, this is totally like the beginning of Naruto, and he was trying to do the shadow clones, and they come out to look like really fucked up.
Right. So now what we can expect to see is this somehow like I'm gonna have to prove this brother actually is a real person, but that burden of proof is on her end, and how is she going to go about doing that? Well, that means like
he has to call in.
Well, lies upon lies. So she now has to create a whole backstory for him just to sort of lay over the top of all of this.
Wow.
So what's the point of her brother coming in here and just saying, "You've been mean to my little sister"? I mean, it's not really achieving much. My little sister was right about you. You go around and do all this stuff. It's like, say something original, say something different.
No, here we go. Let's see, this is exactly why I declined her panel. Young men need Jesus, not a foul-mouthed woman to lead them to cyberbully a disabled woman who is an American and my sister. YouTube, why do you allow this on your platform? What happened to your community standards? Do they not work anymore? This is just like her trying to use that Americans Against Disabilities Act to fucking cancel my channel, and it didn't work. This example of what happens to men follow foul-mouthed woman. So he makes stuff up to get attention from the woman he calls mother to get some kind of validation and a pat on the back of some sort. Actually, Manletopia just loves fucking with you, Alice, because you're gullible as shit and you don't know when somebody's being... Joking. My sister, Awesome Alice, was disabled due to a bad car wreck in 2003. She broke her jaw. What a mess. And was a mess up bad. We almost lost her. Thank God she's still here. She became fully disabled later on, 2 years after she had her first son, Zach. She doesn't do drugs, doesn't live in a trailer park, doesn't sell her body for meth either. This one of GM's helper accounts in her shame campaign towards my sister. Who says shame campaign? Alice does. He is a young one, 20 years old, acting like this way. He must grew up without a father or didn't have a good male role model in his life, or possibly bad mother. Something went wrong in his raising, cause healthy mind men don't act this way in public. Someone taught him bad behavior, but now he's an adult, so what he does is on him now. 20 is adult and he needs to be held accountable, so constructive criticism is needed. Manletopia. So she's trying to be a man telling Manletopia what to do. That is the epitome of such a.
I'm still hung up on the start of that paragraph. My sister, Awesome Alice. That's a little bit of a telltale sign right there. You know, you'd tend to normally say like either my sister was disabled. You wouldn't refer to it like my sister, Awesome Alice. So it's one or the other. Make up your mind. I suspect it's done like that because it's kind of like she's having to remind herself like, wait, who am I pretending to be right now? Oh yeah,
Right.
I'm pretending to be a guy, right? So my sister, Awesome, so she's keeping her concentration. She's keeping focus on who she's pretending to be and who she's trying to talk about, and then the rest of that kind of paragraph, well, like the top 4 sentences of it, is to try and dispel the like she's not a drug addict, she doesn't live in a trailer, she doesn't sell her body, and all, so it's kind of like she's trying to put the so-called rumors to rest.
Right.
But who is doing this? If we are to exercise, it's coming from her brother. So this is a biased view. Of course, he's going to say stuff like this. And
Right.
why should we suddenly take his word as factual? He
Right.
just suddenly appeared out of nowhere and been like, "Let me put all of you people straight." And it's just like, who the hell are you?
Right.
I'm her brother, don't you know? It's like, well, where have you been, sort of thing. I've been watching.
Yeah.
In the
Where
That's
were
something
you when she got pregnant 3 times before being married, huh? Where were
That's-
you when she was in jail and didn't even have her children?
It's
Where
kind of
were you, brother?
it's kind of funny. Like my ex's brother tried to say something like that. So when me and the ex were going through our breakdown, whatever, and things were getting heated. Towards the end, suddenly out of the blue, her brother comes, to her defense and says something like I've been more or less saying like I've been watching in the shadows and hoping that you two would resolve things, but as a brother, I'm gonna have to step in now. And I'm just thinking, so you're gonna interject into this situation. You're gonna be responsible for your sister. Right. You just cost your sister her parental rights to her kid then. Because if she's
Right.
running to you and you're gonna call the shots on her behalf,
Yeah.
like so it ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
But from their point of view, they think this is brilliant because like there's 2 of us against Billy now. It's like, no, you just made it worse because now instead of the sister, like my ex, trying to do me in, now she's having to come to my defense because her brother is going to screw things up for her. So I was like to my ex, I was like, you better put your brother on a leash kind of thing because he's just basically ruined your chances. Here he think, and he's puffing out his chest, peacocking and trying to like threaten me. And I'm like, I ain't scared. I ain't gonna budge. If anything, you come over here and you can collect your sister's belongings because she's now the fuck out kind of thing.
Yeah, but
So
you're
I
a
made
dude. But you're a dude, and he was protecting his sister from a dude. And
yeah, but
what?
he didn't have all the information because she was feeding him a distorted narrative.
Right.
He's lurking in the shadows apparently, so he's coming at me like half cocked and without proper intel,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't know what he's doing. And together they're thinking they've got me under the thumb, but
Mm-hmm.
really they made because they're spinning multiple plates at this point. But really now it's like damage. She's now occupied with damage control, and he has to button his lip.
Yeah.
So I don't get
I
it.
mean, he
Like,
tried to
what's
accuse
she
me of harming my.
expecting us to do? Like, am I supposed to like come to your defense? Are we supposed to like all of a sudden turn white knight and come to your defense and talk to her while she acts like her brother? Like, is she serious?
I mean, there's not much. The this so-called brother, Alice's brother, I'm talking about. There's she's in a situation now where she has to put him more on the front. If he's going to be of benefit or resource or use to her, he needs to be more proactive, which is a problem because how do you put a made-up person at the front, on the front line or
You
whatever?
can't. These dudes here, these red pill guys, they'll crush that motherfucker.
So he's
Well,
essentially without doing that, he's rendered ineffective. There's not was like, what's the point of her brother
Right.
speaking up if
well,
this is all he's going to do?
no, because okay, so same thing. I'm offering the same fucking thing I did with Angler when he said he wanted a fucking apology. I said he needs to come up on the panel and convince me that he actually fucking deserves one. If he can convince me that I needed to apologize to him, I would have given him an apology, but he wouldn't even fucking hit the panel. I'm offering the same thing to Alice's brother. Like, when have you guys ever seen me be disrespectful to a dude that came on my platform?
I've not that I've ever remember.
Like, I feel like I'm overly patient with dudes, even when they are emotionally unstable. I'm more patient with dudes.
You,
So
I know. Like I've seen you handle like dudes that come in here and fawn over you. You know, and I
she's not going to
understand
be able to. Sorry.
they're lonely. They're lonely guys. I understand. You know, and they come in. You know, and they want to befriend you. They want to fawn over you. You know, they want to potentially have something more with you. You know, that's I never intervene in any shit like that unless it gets like stupid. But I've had these guys in your chat, come at me because they look at me as a threat, and they want to
well,
cockfight. I don't
no,
cockfight. I don't compete. Okay, all right. If you
right.
want to date, if you want to date Manny, hey, go for it. I'm not gonna
No,
stand
no,
in your
no.
way.
I'm talking about hostile dudes that have come up
Yeah,
like
right.
I've only like RBR was one of them.
RBR. Yep.
Truism, I was over at Xavier's panel for that truism conversation, and he was the most unstable, longest conversation I think I had.
It's
Hmm.
but GM, you're describing a situation that's not going to happen. Now she might try and create the appearance of it happening, like she might be
Well,
logged in with two different devices at the same
no,
time to try and
no, no,
pretend that
no,
they're
no, no, no. On the panel, voice
yeah, but
conversation.
that's not going to happen. What she's fundamentally done, she they people of this mindset think, this is box clever. There's now two of me. They can't attack me as a person because there's two of me. So
Mhm.
if you go after persona A, then I'll use persona B to in my defense. So I've escaped the threat of danger. And this is like gang piling. But
Mhm.
because it backfires, the situation it causes is she ends up putting herself into a double bind. She's
Mhm.
damned if you do and she's damned if she don't.
No, I have this cat herded into a fucking corner right now. I don't know if you guys have realized it's taken me, I don't know, close to a year to get her to this point.
No, I'm sure it's been
Oh,
very
this is
attentively
a
to
point of desperation, all right.
Oh yeah.
this is what's so um conspiracy sort of wise, like how she's trying to concoct a sort of like strategy, like what are my options and what can I do?
Mm-hmm.
But one of the options you might consider would be like, right, I'll tell the world publicly that I've had to tell my brother to back off. This is bad for his health, and I will handle my own fight. So she's now eradicated her own brother from the situation. That's one option. But
Mm-hmm.
then that creates a dilemma because it's like, wait, you're supposed to be the little sister, and this is your big brother coming to your defense. So
Mm-hmm.
you're the boss of your bigger brother,
Right?
and then so it's like, well, why did he even interject in the first place then? So
Mm-hmm.
he's basically you're blaming your brother, whether he's made up or not, for sticking his nose in, essentially. Or another option is to carry on with this, and brother takes over, but that's not going to bring her really any justice or vindication or legitimacy. It's gonna be like oh, you've had to get your brother to clean up your mess.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's supposed to be awesome and stoic and has it all worked out. So she can't allow her brother to steal her sunshine or thunder. So she's put herself in this position where it's like she's going to have to choose one or the other. And either way she chooses has consequences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
And
she's fucked.
and if she tries to undo it or backpedal, that
If
has
she's
consequences.
actually committed to spinning this fucking plate, yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, no. Like no, she is exhausted all of her other options, so she had to make one up. All of her, like in the beginning when all of this started, you know how many people from her little quote unquote gulag gang were coming at fucking leave her alone and stop being mean to her. I'm like, that crazy bitch is literally starting shit. No, I'm not gonna stop. Get out of my way. And it's been months and months and months, and she's got 2 people and a third one that's fake.
It's kind of like this, gentlemen. Like, when you got chickens and you got 2 hens going at it, the
Hmm.
rooster usually hangs back. The rooster usually don't get involved because it usually ends bad for the rooster if he does.
Right.
Okay, just let the hens go at it. Let mother hen go at it with this little cuck hen, and straighten that little hen out.
Yeah.
That's
Look at
that's farming. Is how this works.
right. But look at this shit. Wonder, can you prove your public claims about my sister? Have you personally witnessed her doing any this you claim on your post? Do you personally know her? For when you would publish things, it's called libel, which is defamation if it's not true. That is not covered by free speech. You know that, right? Can you prove it, dude? If not, I suggest you take this down for GM. Won't be responsible for this, but you will be, young man. Oh, so he's trying to threaten, like Alice did with you. She's trying to use her brother to threaten Manlatopia. So be wise and retract with an apology for lying on my disabled sister. See, she's targeting that young man. That crazy bitch, man. Man to man, do better, young man. Find your own way, cause this don't make my sister look bad, but makes you look yourself look bad. Looks like you have a lot of growing out still to do, young man. Belittling a disabled woman doesn't make you a man. It makes you a loser and a bully and shows you lack of self-control. See, you have done it to a few women on your page. It's disgusting and uncalled for. Leave them alone. See, look at this. Female shaming tactics her brother seems to have. If this how you think about women, you don't know you will never be with a decent woman in years to come. They will run from you. Still time to do better things with your time. Accountability starts with you being accountable for yourself and your own actions, not cutting down others for likes, shares, and views here on YouTube. Her brother, thank you, David. And then she tagged herself. Awesome, Alice. I see exactly what you've been saying about them. Here, I collected it for you while you're sleeping. YouTube is a toxic place. I won't be recommended this platform for children under 21, especially with these kinds of people on here, the way they carry themselves. If he is a part our future male generation, this not going to be very sound-minded generation. Hope you feel better, your brother. He's got a manlatopia.
That don't sound like no dude.
I
No
know.
dude talks like that. And another thing is this, if that really is her brother, then come on a live stream with her. Watch
Right.
that never happen.
Yeah.
Then she's got to go find some dude.
Right, and that's
Convince
the
him to play
ridiculous.
David, her fake brother.
Right. Get Brandon. Come on, get Brandon. Get Brandon today. He'll do it for you.
Yeah,
I already know what
Brandon
cyber sounds like.
This is
get
the
Brandon
problem. 'Cause
Cook and bring his ass up here to fucking LARP your fucking brother. That'd be awesome.
because she or he has
Wait, did I say
put
David or
Yeah, make this
Brandon?
shit up, man.
he or she has put this brother person persona on such a pedestal. It's like man to man, and if this is what men are going to be like for future generations, God help us all, kind of thing. So this is going to be some like apparently like an alpha sort of kind of guy, or a sigma or whatever kind of guy. He's going to be like pinnacle of evolution, and I'm going to show you what for picking on my little sister, you meanies, and all this. So if he disappears suddenly, or if his sister tells him to calm down, brother, back off, let me handle this, he's now going to end up looking like a bit of a pussy.
Yep. You fucking stand in your man card, dude.
So it's like, sorry, like none of us did this to this Dave. He's done it. Either he's done it to himself, or his sister has done it to him. But he's put himself, by interjecting in such a way, trying to show people what for, and I'm the boss here, and I'm going to tell you how it is. It's like, right, well, then you need to show up or shut up.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
dudes don't
whatever
write
if you're going to
long
carry
shit
on
like this.
I know. That's the beautiful thing about it.
And even if you want to try to say like, no, I'm not going to show up because I know what's going to happen. You're going to mute my mic and you're going to boot me off or whatever. It's like, that doesn't, but that's besides the point. At least you would have shown up. You would have proved that you actually exist. You can't use something that has not yet happened and say, no, I'm not going to appear because this is what's going to happen. It's like, well, fine. If that is what happens, if that indeed does what happened, like he gets his mic muted and he gets booted out, then that works in his favor, really, because it will prove the point that he was making, that look at how he gets treated. He gets muted and booted out. But that's not going to happen until he shows up. So it's in his benefit to actually show up. One, to add credence to what he's saying. Two, to legitimize himself. And three, to prove to everyone that he was right, that look at how he's going to be treated should he appear. And four, he's defending his little sister's honor and all this sort of stuff. So this is the bed they've made, and they've got no one they can blame but themselves, and no one can fix this situation but themselves. and it's just funny to watch.
It is. It's so damn funny. Did you see what his excuse was for turning me down?
What, coming
So-
on your panel?
Yeah.
That you're gonna mute his mic and boot him out the off the panel or something like that. Something along
No,
those.
the first one. The first one was let me see if I can find it. Right,
And
this one.
what is sad in a way, pitiful. What is pitiful is that I wouldn't be surprised upon hearing this stream that you're having here, Bullets and GM. That
Mhm.
instead of being like, "Ah, crap, I've been caught out," or "Ah, crap, I need to stop this. I need to, come clean something."
Oh no, she needs to double down. She needs to double down.
Be like infuriated, be like, right, what can I do then?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
instead of addressing the
The
problems
is
with
strong with this one.
Yeah, I mean, what she needs to do is rectify the mechanics of the system she's trying to create so that it can function properly. Instead, like again, what Bullets was saying earlier, she's just going to double down and add lies upon lies, and not address the structure of her narrative. So this is only the start. It's gonna get more funny and
Oh yeah, dude, he was
interesting.
fucking hilarious. I mean, it already
No,
is.
this.
We've been rolling our asses off here for a little over an hour now. This is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, here it is, Billy. Let's see. Oh wait, hold on. Where did he talk about his voice? Attack, accountability, defend, wasted.
Now, as a dude, my response, like if I were Alice's brother, I would handle this differently. I'm not going to go into details how I would handle it, because I don't want to give her any ammunition, but this is obviously a fucking lark.
Oh yeah.
It amounts to like a heckler at a comedy event. Just someone just talking crap from the shadows, like from the back seats. It's like
this is a cry for attention, big time, man. I mean, this is.
Oh yeah.
If you get a thing to this level, you can make up a character, a fake brother. I'm really interested to see if she's gonna get Brandon to fucking play her brother on a live stream. It's gonna be retarded.
That's who I was guessing that she would put up. I already have a couple clips to do a voice comparison, actually, because he doesn't sound like her, and he doesn't use the same words.
Question is gonna go up like there's any ancestral. If the question of incest comes up,
that it all comes with consequence.
Brother fucker.
Okay, let's play this game then. So let's say she finds someone to play the role of her brother.
Yeah.
Convinces this person to cooperate and work in cahoots or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
One, like, he better be on the same wavelength. Otherwise, like, he's gonna have to freestyle his script unless she's written a script for him. So that's a big pressure on whoever this guy would be.
Right.
Two, even if they were convincing and they managed to fool us, and we go, oh damn, there really is a brother, then she would know fundamentally that the truth that she had to recruit someone to play the role. So the unfortunate part about lying to people is that you have to lie to yourself. Now, how can you lie to yourself if you know that you've had to go to this extreme to get someone on board in such a way? So even if you were able to fool us, she would know that it was a Pyrrhic victory, an empty victory, a hollow victory, because she's had to do a bit of a Houdini in order to win.
Well, this is she's about to torpedo her own boat with this. It's gonna be
Mhm.
fucking epic. It's like it's like the submarine and shit, in Red October that launched a fucking torpedo and then runs into so fucking
Oh
torpedo.
yeah. It's like a heat-seeking missile that she fucking
Right on her own
like
ass.
shot out into space by herself. Oh yeah,
Yeah, so
man.
stay tuned, everybody. It's about to get really funny.
Oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, she brings up the mind viruses, and you're nothing but a cry bully. She didn't even start using that language till. And if her brother say it is her brother, giving her the benefit of the doubt here, if her brother is that indoctrinated into her language, then there's something really wrong with him. But I would be able to tell by having a conversation one-on-one with her brother. So that is how Alice will get an apology, if he can convince me that she actually fucking deserves one.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay. Now I was trying to find where he said that I'm not going to join the panel. Something about his voice and that southern drawl and me like liking him or some shit. It just reminded me when she was like, "Oh, what are you, a lesbian? You have a crush on me?"
Well, there's another reason why I won't join the panel, because it's a situation that doesn't work in his favor. Like, what would he benefit from? This is the thing. It's like there is a benefit because you prove your existence, and we can acknowledge that there is indeed a brother.
Yeah.
But from their point of view, like, well, that's probably not in a way, it almost proves his non-existence because he's not there. So it's a situation. It's a precarious situation, because, like, why would you go on a panel and run the risk of fooling yourself or doing a bad show or any of this sort of stuff? There is no benefit to it, even though technically there would be.
To
The
defend
only
her
benefit,
honor.
right, to defend her honor, to prove he exists, and to
Yeah.
tell you what for. So there's multiple reasons why it would actually be in both him and her benefit to appear, to hash it out and put this to rest or whatever.
Mhm.
But
Oh, she doesn't want this to rest.
well, but all of
But
that,
she's running out of rope to hang herself with, Billy. She's at the end of her line, man.
right? So, but all of that really is unattainable. So, what other benefit would there actually be if she's unable to control the situation or create the appearance? Then there's no reason or benefit as to of pursuing, orchestrating a appearance on a panel.
Mm-hmm.
This is the sort of the cowardly sort of aspect of it. It's like, unless she can guarantee that she's going to come out victorious in some way, then they're not going to bother do it. So unless she's got someone who can fill in the role of being a brother, or there is an actual brother who will go on the panel, her ace up her sleeve, as it were. She has no ace up her sleeve, so she's not going to bother play this sort of game on a panel.
Dude.
Instead, she'll bluff it and be like, "Well, I can't because you people are unfair and you treat your guests mean and all this." It'll be like excuses after excuses. So it's a different form of trying to control the situation, control the appearance of what is taking, what is.
No. She doesn't want any responsible family members of hers to hit my panel, to know about my channel, because you know what? She's the fuck up in her family.
I mean,
she is the one that's always fucked up out of all the kids.
I mean, hasn't she got a good relationship with her father or grandfather or someone that she lives with? Like, get him on the panel. I mean, that's an older generation as well.
Right?
I mean, if she's mouthing off to her brother and he knows all the ins and outs, I mean, surely everyone else in the family also know.
No, I don't think they really know. I think they've already, all of them, been so goddamn disappointed in her fucking behavior and her life choices.
I've never heard of her having a brother until today. Until
I remember on a conversation, she said actually that she had a sister that went to college. I remember that from a previous conversation, but I don't remember her talking about a brother. She could have, but I don't recall it.
this is going to be a little tongue in cheek, but she could get her son to rebuttal. Look at what everyone's been saying about your mummy. You want to
Right,
respond to this, don't you, son?
right. You want to defend your mommy, don't you? Tell that mean lady to quit being mean to your mommy. That would be. Well, she calls me a troll, so it wouldn't be the first time she emotionally abused her 7-year-old online for her own insecurity and shitty parenting.
I had this was like going back into school years, and we were I think we went to the bowling alley, and one of our friends was late to arrive, and eventually he showed up, but he was kind of covering his face, and we're like, dude, what's up? And he's so embarrassed. Eventually, like, he couldn't just walk around with his face covered up, so eventually he kind of like, revealed himself. And what he had done is he got a toothbrush and shoe polish, and he was dabbing on stubble.
Oh man. Well, tomorrow should be fun. I think I'm going to start my stream early because I'm going to restream a lot of this before. I know me and Harley are due to start chatting at 7. She wants to add her take into this.
I wouldn't be surprised, or I expect, or whatever, that you'll see, this brother Dave will pop up and just throw kind of slurs or ad hominems and like FUs and whatever. Basically, he's gonna It's like, why are you getting upset? This ain't about you. This is about your sister.
Right.
And that'll be one of the problems, because it'd be like, it's like, how do you pretend to be someone else and not allow your feelings to interfere with that?
Right.
So she'll be using this brother as a mouthpiece and channeling her aura or whatever through him. She'll be channeling her frustrations through him. And this will be also another reason why don't be surprised if it's just short, sporadic bursts of FUs, instead of like, oh, you're here now, like, let's sit down and talk this out, because she'll have to maintain that level of discipline and control, which she lacks. I know she lacks that, because I told her twice now to like, your mouth it gets you into trouble. So she can't control that. So what makes you think she's going to be able to control keeping her emotions at bay while she's pretending to be a calm, calculated man? It's not going to happen. So this brother character that is being created, she's going to undermine it and make him. I mean, we've already like described him as being a bit of a simp, but it's going to end up looking even worse, because given enough time, it's going to be like, dude, you sound hysterical. You sound just like a woman.
Like H-Risen did when he was upset with me about, what Alice told him and what Trey the NBD told him and all the Gulag people. He didn't even know what the fuck he was doing there, really, having that conversation. He just kept getting clips sent to him from the Gulag, from Trey. So Trey's been sponsoring this fuckery behind the scenes for many, many, many months. But he's not over in the MGTOW space like Cybertoxin and that Angry Snowman is. Yep, she got herself into some shit. She just keeps digging her hole deeper. It's quite comical. And I know a lot of the times guys are like, oh my God, it's drama, it's drama. This shit's been going on for a while, but she had so many more people on her side that were willing to combat me over her.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot more men. And then,
sorry, I'm cutting you off. Well, go ahead, GM. I was cutting you off.
Just in the beginning, just so many more men like, oh my God, what are you doing? You know, I spent hours trying to talk to these guys because, you know, they wanted me to stop calling her a crazy feminist bitch because it totally destroys their narrative. These PUA SYSBM dudes like hold her up on this pedestal as being this traditional conservative woman. Meanwhile, they talk shit about black women. I'm like, no, this is a piece of fucking human white trash. This crazy bitch is no different than the fucking black women you claim to hate. Like, just because she has a different skin color, and they didn't want to fucking hear it. And they wanted me to be nice and take back what I said. I'm like, no, she keeps fucking around. And so, I mean, it went for a while. They got her Anna Rodriguez and Latin Patriot got Coffee Nino involved. He's the first one that came at me. He went around to all the MGTOW spaces and started contacting people. And, oh my God, let me tell you the truth about this woman. And going around all the black spaces like, oh my God, this racist white supremacist cult leader, blah, 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 blah. And then Cybertoxin fucking went over there and befriended Brandon Trueblood to get his fucking foot in the door. And that was about the time, that was shortly after, I think after I took Angler's Wrench is when they started grooming him. And then Trueblood went off on Contriver because Contriver is actually the reason why Alice actually made my crazy bitch list to begin with, because she was trying to break up him and other guys' conversations when they're talking about feminism. And she started with the xenophobic, like, oh, you're not American, you don't have any right to talk about, you know, shit that happens in my country. And oh, by the way, don't you have problems over there? Like, don't y'all touch little boys, you know, insinuating the pedophile thing, which pissed me off because she had a whole chat on Hoodservative channel fucking going at Contriver. And then fast forward, fucking Brandon Trueblood, Cybertoxin, gets Brandon Trueblood to jump on Contriver for fucking defending himself. So this shit has been going on for a long time, and this stupid little cunt has been behind it. And she's finally not having hardly anybody to have her back, so she has to make up somebody.
This is, I can't emphasize it enough, but this is like from the playbook. You want to, if you want to see a case study of what's transpiring and the looking into the crystal ball into the future, what to expect, then the case with Mega Man is exactly how it's being played out. I mean, originally he had his, you know, the Mega Man channel or whatever, the main channel. He had his army. He literally called them his army. Then he tried this stunt that we're kind of covering over mainly here with the brother. He ends up becoming a laughing stock. He goes on a hiatus. He comes back. He's got another channel. He's lost thousands of supporters and followers. He's got people critiquing his videos. So people harp on at UGM for going after people, but you're not the first either. There are other people, like there's like a male version of you in a way that goes after Mega Man and just laughs and is like, look, this is what Mega Man's now claiming, that he's a disability. stolen valor. He was at 9/11, first responder, all untrue.
Mhm.
People have attacked my car. You know, he's shooting inside his flat, and it's like, this is against policy. He's setting up booby traps. It's kind of like, what the hell are you doing, man? You know, he's drinking, he's going nuts. He gets a friend involved. He becomes, it's just, it's a train wreck of a show, and the absurdity is just never ending.
Mhm.
He's still around today, trying the same kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, no, he was over on Angry Snowman's. Remember that one? Angry Snowman was playing some shit, calling me a narcissist, like he was, you know, hashtag white knighting for Alice at Trey's behest. And MAGA Man was over there. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about, though.
Right. I mean,
like he wasn't even in the conversation.
He still has his loyal followers, I suppose,
Mhm.
but it's hard. The effort on their behalf it gets harder and harder. It's like, dude, I'm trying to be your friend, but you're making it exhausting. Like, I'll try and vouch for you where I can, but I'm struggling here. Like, you're making it, you know, your own worst enemy kind of thing. And I'm on your side. I'm trying to help you out, but boy, is it hard doing that with you being such a wild card or a loose cannonball or whatever, or a train wreck. You know, so people, the subscribers he has, largely in part, are just watching because it's become entertainment.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's a lot of Alice's subscribers too. I mean, the other women involved, like Latin Patriot mainly. She's the most sadistic, fucking like love bomby, like enabler. Here, let me help you destroy yourself. Here, you go get her with this information. Like, I know about psychology. Here's some information you can use.
Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, they try a lot of the times. Do you ever term rubbernecking when there's like a car crash and people traffic slows down because they're too busy like watching, they're looking at the wreck, they're morbidly curious? I'm sure you do.
Yeah. I mean, but
So
no, with Latin Patriot, it's different. She is totally like, she does not want me to achieve my goal, because she is one of the biggest beneficiaries of a bunch of feminist bullshit. And she's in college trying to get she wishes she was a psychologist. Like, she has some actual university or college experience in the field that's super fucked up right now. And she's one of my main targets. She just stays in the background and pulls strings.
They try and do some social engineering. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Because they want to sort of practice their powers of control.
Exactly. And it's not working. She's losing puppets. So
they're like meddling around, but they do it as they try and preserve their safety as much as possible. So it's like pulling strings from a distance if they can.
Exactly. You know what, too? Harley said she knows Latin Patriot from JB Gunner's channel.
I don't know JB Gunner.
JB Gunner is who Zechariah. That was like kind of the third thing that really triggered him when JB Gunner, because I guess he's racist. So when he came on my platform, that's what really set Zechariah off.
You know, a lot of these names, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's almost like they're NPCs to me.
Yeah. Well, the only reason he came to my channel to begin with is because Linwood was over on RBRs talking shit about me and how he couldn't wait till some crazy black bitches beat me up. And he's like, really? You would enjoy that? That's pretty fucking disgusting. So Linwood was over there talking shit. So JB Gunner came to my channel to see who the hell he was talking about.
I've got a whole bunch of pens that have run out. All these Christmas cards I've been writing out have killed off all my pens. All running out of ink. Sorry, a little sidetracked.
Yeah.
But
Now this should be fun. Tomorrow should be fun.
the thing is, not only are, to use a bit of Bullet's vocabulary, like not only are individuals collectively having a struggle session,
Mm-hmm.
but they start to congregate,
Mm-hmm.
add to each other's dramas. It's like, hey, we're both in this same crazy boat together. Like, let's join forces or something, and unite. Like it's like a morphine time. Together we can somehow become a megazord or something.
And beat the evil witch, which it's still not gonna fucking happen.
But just like we were saying before, this only compounds the issues and makes it even harder to rectify.
Mm-mm.
So if
No,
you want,
no, because full accountability is on the shoulders of Alice now. So she is going to suffer the ultimate consequences that all the other crazy bitches involved will also suffer.
well, yes and no. I mean, I suppose, like, to a large degree, theoretically, yes. But if you're dealing with someone who is allergic to accountability,
Yeah, I don't care.
then they're
What
gonna try
she's
and
been doing
operate.
is illegal as fuck, Billy. She's been literally all the things that Elspeth Meyer runs around and says that I've been doing is what Alice has literally been doing. The gang stalking, the harassment, their little gulag group.
Yeah. Well,
I've been keeping track of it since December, dude.
I mean, this is in part what ends up happening with groups or communities where they start to, there's no loyalty and they start to predate on one another. So they, in this case, it'd be like pass the bucket with accountability, and around it goes. And
Wow.
none of that is actually a positive step in dealing with issues. So that's why in a way there is no cure, and it's a spiral mess of destruction because it's always been deflected
Exactly.
or reconfigured in something. It's always been skirted around and avoided.
Yeah,
Cutting
because
corners.
it's never been documented before, like I have been. Like female competition, toxic reputation destruction. I mean, people know it exists. They don't know how it happens though, and what the catalysts are, and because there's so many there's so many players in it. And it's like I have the framework because this is just a microcosm of something that happens in every fucking group. Every single group. It happens everywhere. I mean, if I was employed somewhere where I could have lost my job, they could have got me fired. I mean, they tried. They thought I worked at Texas A&M for a while. So they called up to Texas A&M to get me fired. They've contacted people. They psycho watch this channel, and when new people show up, they start receiving emails telling them, "Oh, to stay away." Like, no, the shit that they've been doing is fucking illegal, and I will be holding them accountable to it. I'm just sorry Alice is taking the most brunt of it. And what's even sadder is it's because she has the most courage out of all of them. The rest of them are cowards. They're using Alice as the mouthpiece for what they're all doing. But she signed up for it because, she has to prove herself or something. I don't know. She has little girl syndrome. Little Napoleonic complex. By the way, hello, Lawrence. are you enjoying
Yeah,
being Alice's favorite these days? He's
Hard to say.
graduated. He's graduated to a wolf cub. So it was funny. Hermit went over to the guy bro and told the guy bro that he was also my son and Manlettopia's bigger brother, and that I make them do content or else I beat them. Just to fuck with guy bro. That one hasn't come back yet. I kind of halfway expected it to, but Guybro didn't respond to Alice's tag, as far as I can tell.
No, I don't think he would. Gabriel is more interested in a rich thought. He's not looking for a debt wagon.
Disabled fucking bastard factory.
Yep.
With medical bills out the ass.
That's something
Yep.
I don't quite understand. Is what's the disability? Is it a mental one?
Well, obviously.
Clearly.
But this is the thing. It's like out of all the, you want to use a disability card, but then you want people to sort of take your wisdom.
Right?
It's like choose one or the other. Either you're a smart person or you're mentally challenged.
Right.
Well, kind of like, I don't know what to say about her. She's in for a world of disappointment here in about 10 years. Like I said, the great re cometh.
Oh no, her
she's
great
gonna
re.
feel the impact.
Her great
Yeah,
re.
she's gonna
Somebody's
feel
got to
the-
go first, Bullets. Her great re cometh very soon.
Yep, we're these thoughts that are coming around here, gentlemen. Are we're already seeing the beginning of it. Um, riding on the back of garbage trucks, driving snow plows. Um, they're gonna get their dose of equality, and they ain't gonna like it. In 10 years, again, in 10 years or so, when Alice's social value totally deteriorates, you think she's reading and screaming now, you haven't heard nothing yet.
Yeah, I don't know what disability she has, but she gets money for it. So that's why she got triggered when I said my goal was to repeal the 19th and cut all the welfare programs of the government.
But wasn't it said it's not just disabled, but fully disabled, or a full disability or something like that?
Okay, but almost lost her. She became fully disabled later on, 2 years after she had her first son, Zach. So 10 years ago, she's been sucking off the government tit for 10 years and doesn't want to lose it.
So she needs some help then, really.
How conservative.
No, she doesn't. She has parents. She comes from a nuclear family. She has family.
She's a fucking
She
moot.
has brothers and sisters.
Yeah, but it's implying like you're being mean because this person is fully disabled, so they are unable to protect themselves or defend themselves, or they're unable to look after themselves. So it's like, if that is the case, then why is it they're spouting off and telling everyone what it, like I've heard her talking about critical thinking, and
Let me tell you something. Let me teach
she's
you
a new psychologist on the block and all this sort of stuff. So it's like, hang on, but you're fully disabled. So are we talking about? So like, are you not a funny? I don't mean it in a derogatory manner, but it's like, are you crazy? Are you delusional?
Yeah, she is.
You know, you're that disabled that you actually don't recognize that you are disabled or something like
No,
that.
she belongs in a mental
Hold on,
facility.
GM's gonna teach you something. This is Crazy Bitches 101. Listen to this.
The cat.
Go for it.
What?
No, you said you want to teach us something. Let's see. Let's hear it.
Oh no, that's what she says all the time. Let me here. Let me tell you something. Here, let me. She's always trying to be an authority and tell people what the fuck to do, even though she can't even fucking manage her own life. By the way, Bullets, will you highlight Lawrence's last comment so Alice can get a screenshot of that? Her community tab is looking kind of
I mean,
thirsty.
that's a sign or form of a dissonance going on there, right? When you're having like fake accounts or fake personas, again, is
Yeah.
another sign of splitting and dissonance.
Oh yeah. Super mental.
You know, so
Well,
um, I'm not questioning the mental challenges aspect, but I'm just like, if anything, I'm actually acknowledging it and being like,
Yeah.
and for this reason, that makes a person like questionable. Like, how are they? If you were going to have a leader of an organization or a country, like Biden, you know, and they're like mentally deteriorating,
Right.
it's cause for concern.
Yeah. Yeah, and just the fact that she spends this much time online, worried about what I'm doing with my channel, trying to cancel my channel, collecting, what does she say, 130 or 337 hate streams already? Like, shit.
that's because she's jelly.
Well,
She doesn't understand why you attract all the men's and why the men's always want to talk to you. You know, she's a little fucking pervert.
she is kind of a pervert.
You know, yeah. Well, she can't. You know, she can't have logical conversation like what we're having over here. You know, I mean, that much is obvious. If you, I mean, you've been reading her shit. You know, she's an idiot.
Oh yeah. Well, I've talked to her on panels before she started spurging. And she tried to. I was talking about feminism, and she was trying to talk to me about narcissism. I was like, what?
Well, she acts well, the way she acts, the way she talks, you know, it's just like, you know, does she honestly think, you know, any decent dude's going to be interested in anything she says or anything she has to offer? So the only thing that she can do is attack her competition because she's losing. You know, so she looks at you like competition. She doesn't look at you like, you know, somebody, you know, like what we do over here as somebody we're just conversing with and having an open conversation, open dialogue. No, she's pissed that she can't manipulate. She feels like you're manipulating us.
Right. Because
You know,
she
she's just
wants
got
to, because she manipulates people.
right. She probably, obviously, I mean, this is proof. You know, she's trying to create a fake character to manipulate people. You
Yeah.
know, I
She
feel sorry for her
manipulated
kids. She
Angler.
probably manipulates the shit out of her kids.
Oh
She
yeah.
manipulated men in the manosphere. She probably manipulated her parents. You know, is it really any surprise she's a single mom with 3 fucking debt wagons? You know, does anybody want to sign on to this? No. Any volunteers? I remember when you showed it to me as a joke. You know, like, fuck. What a train wreck. He's like, seriously, Jim's like, I could hook you up, bullets. I'm like, bitch, what? And it's finally come to this. Wow.
Oh yeah.
It's the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la.
Well, and that's, it's part of herding cats. I got this cat herded into a corner. And she has nowhere to go from here. She is backed herself into a corner. She's like that little chihuahua that is all bark and no bite. The kind of punting dogs. Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I've been trying to offer some suggestions, like to help her out, but
Yes,
like,
please do, because I need more of a challenge, Billy. Come on now.
but I'm just saying, like, she can't say that people aren't trying to help her.
Right.
Well,
Well,
all right, it might have been a bit. I know she doesn't like it when I say "fucking mouth," but oops, trying not to get hung up on that, but still, you take the point being made. It's still advice and a suggestion. But obviously, it's like, no, F you, Billy. All right.
Well, the only thing left to do is submit to authority. And she's going to have to submit to the state.
There's a couple of things that can be done, but none of them are well, one, really, like, the personality doesn't allow it to be accessible. But from her point of view, it's a conflict of self-interest. Like, one, for example, would be just to go ghost and never appear again, but then that kind of butts up against this compulsion.
I'm recording you
need.
simping, Lawrence. I'm recording you simping.
That's for Alice.
You need a bit of like self-restraint and discipline, but there's a lack thereof. So you're not going to be able to like go ghost. You can't create a new channel and a new name. You need to sort of hang on to this, the original one. There are things that can be done, but they're all looked at as not helping the situation, even though it is. It's a little bit. Me and Gio were having a conversation before about their idea of making things better is to make things worse. The worse something is, then so we have a different meaning or a different understanding of like define what does better mean. Like, we typically think better is actually doing the right thing and doing something positive and self-improvement and working towards something.
So showing some integrity, maybe admitting when you're fucking wrong,
right.
Actual personal development.
Yeah, all of that is not what they would call better. That would be called suicide. Their idea of better is make the fantasy more elaborate. Which that is what we would call being like entering like psychosis and being delusional. But they're like, yeah, give it to me. I want to live in the land of Narnia. There anything is possible. I want to live in the land of dreams. Take me away. It's like, okay, you're off the deep end now.
Yeah, that's actually the kind of stuff that Brandon dude's been typing to her. What did he type, Billy? Something like "You're everything to me" or something.
Oh, that sort of "you are everything." I know a song that's like got lyrics like that. You're my everything, and I know that's like music to her ears.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm everything to him. That makes me feel wonderful. But really, if you were someone, if someone said it to me like, Billy, you're everything to me, I'd be like, get those words out. You're like, shut your, don't be saying that.
Right. Well, and Lawrence knows like what he's typing right now is exactly what she wants. So he's trolling her back. Like she wants people. Like I mean, she has what's his name, Brandon, but she wants more people telling her. I mean, because that's what she's used to getting in the gulag. Like, oh my god, perfect whiteness. Our what do they say, Lawrence, over there about Alice? I mean, they say it about Sam P too, and whatever other fucking pale skin they can use to shit on black women with.
Yeah, petting zoo.
Yeah. Well, and see, that's what she wants, petting zoo.
Well, go get it. Hey, there's nobody here standing in her way. I damn sure.
Yeah.
Oh, please, one of you cucks over at the petting zoo, please take this woman and her 3 debt wagons. You know, please give her some fucking attention. Do something, you fucking simps. You know, get her out of here. You know, I'm all for Alice finding a man. You know,
I know.
anything to keep her fucking brain occupied and out of here. You know.
Yeah, the white woman is God, is what they say over there. Like, really? And you
Oh, yeah.
pedestalize this
Worked out.
crazy bitch?
Yeah, worked out for the white man. Good luck there, black brother.
Right.
You can have them. Come get them. We're tired of dying for these worthless fucking bitches and shit. I'm just saying. I mean, if you look at history and all the fucking wars and shit and everything, you know, and all the white men that have died for the white woman and shit. That's what white women do. They push their men into fucking war. So if you know, if you're a dude of a darker color, you know, and want to hook up with a white woman and shit, I hope you like going to fucking war.
Fucking mainland Topia.
Now I've dated women of all different colors. The only woman kind of woman I haven't dated yet of another race would be Asian. My brother was married to a Chinese woman, and she was a total cunt and ran him through the divorce system. Her parents were pricks. They actually flew from China to fucking sabotage their marriage.
Hmm.
You know, she cheated on him constantly. You know, my brother never cheated on his wife. My brother's like me. You know, we were grow up traditional family. We don't do that. I've never cheated on anybody I've been in a relationship with. When I give my word, I give my fucking word. Okay. My word is who I am. My brother's the same way. You know, he's never cheated on any woman that he was been in a serious relationship with. Okay. You know, when you're engaged or married like that, you know, we you know, our word is our bond. You know, but the women that we've encountered through our lives, you know, have constantly cheated on us and stabbed us in the back and shoved us to the fucking gyno grinder. You know, this my brother's done. He said, "This is my last marriage. If this doesn't work, I'm done." I'm like, dude, I tried to get you, you know, before you got married, you know, to be done, but apparently, you know, you like that golden vagina, you know. But he's got it set up, you know. I mean, if he gets divorced again, he's ready. You know, he's not going to lose his house or anything like he did last time. Yeah, he
Yeah.
lost something like a $500,000 house to that last bitch he was with. You know, so yeah, my bro, man, he's a solid dude. He deserves better than what these bitches have done to him. He busts his ass off. You know, he's got health problems. He's got a bad knee and shit. You know, he has to have surgery on. You know, he's overcome alcoholism. He's got bad health right now, but he's working on it. But he busts his ass off every day. He works an 80-hour work week.
Mm.
And even his wife right now, they're having marital issues and shit because she's an ungrateful cunt, you know, because he's always at work and shit, fucking trying to put a fucking roof over their head. But he spends as much time as he can with her when he can get off work. He runs his own business, you know. She wouldn't even fucking be in this fucking country if it wasn't for him the way he busts his ass off. She wouldn't have a fucking car or a roof over her head. He has provided everything for her. And when he met her, she was doing daycare job, making minimum fucking wage. It's because of him now that she's got a good career in graphics and stuff. She just got this job last year, to where she's making decent money now. She wouldn't have any of this shit if it weren't for my brother. So
Yeah.
And they're already like having marital issues to the point to where they may be looking at divorce. You know, and
Well,
the only thing I got to say to my brother, I mean, what was it worth it? Did you learn your lesson yet? Just be thankful you're going to come out of this alive. With own keeping your house, and she can go fucking rent an apartment, go buy her own fucking house. So that's the way he's got it set up. He's worked with his attorney buddy and everything to set it up, make sure he does not lose his house.
that's good. Yeah, Lawrence is talking about the cinnamon sugar glider. I'm pretty sure that was Celibate Scorp Thought, actually. I watched her and Sir Yeetus's chat, her and her husband, quote unquote. Yeah, cinnamon sugar glider really made her rounds. I saw her in Alice's chat, and Latin Patriot told her to please stop. Oh, Billy, you were over there for that one. Told her to please stop, and then she pissed off, and then Scorp Thought came right in and kept talking. So little hierarchy shift thing happened over there. The goddamn bacon. I kind of want a cinnamon roll now. Thank you. Thanks
Actually,
to
I
you,
got some cinnamon rolls
degenerates.
in the fridge and that I could pop in the oven and cook up right now. Hot and delicious cinnamon covered with like icing, fresh hot cinnamon roll with a hot cup of coffee. Hell yeah. The donut shop should be opening up right now, Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
Get you a box of cinnamon rolls, man, and a hot cup of coffee. Yeah, I love cinnamon rolls, man. Those are my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
That and I got a weakness. I like the Boston creams, but you got to be careful with those, man, because they go straight to your ass.
Well, I'm excited for tomorrow. We'll see what Alice does. Let's see if she can scramble up.
Maybe tonight.
Oh yeah, tonight.
Maybe tonight, not tomorrow. Yeah, tonight on Tuesday, around 7 or 8 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Mandy
Well,
will be on.
Well, I think I'm gonna figure out how long. I'm gonna add some of this stream to my channel, so I might start it early just to replay this, just to have a little prerequisite.
Mm-hmm.
I know Harley will be joining me
Thank you
at
for
7.
sharing over here. Yeah, thank you for sharing over here, man. It's fucking hilarious. I think this is the longest I've streamed on this channel in a long time.
Yeah, 4.5 hours, man.
Minutes. Yeah.
we've covered a lot of ground. Oh, Billy, I shared. I know you don't keep up on the Grand Bacnins, but I shared a clip of Grannon's stream from earlier where he was talking about codependence, and he did a really good breakdown of the yin and the yang, and I kind of added, the extra 5% to it, saying that there's feminists. Talk about narcissists and codependence.
Did y'all want to bail out, or you want to go a little bit longer? I don't care. I'm gonna roll this sucker. I still got time on my StreamYard account. So
Yeah.
2 hours. Yeah,
Oh.
I broadcast 3 hours a week, so I have something. I'm allowed 3 hours a week, 3 or 4 hours a week. So so I have some extra time because I've missed like 2 weeks on my show. So I think I still got like an hour and 30 on my budget. I don't know if I'm gonna. I'll stream as long as I can on my channel. Especially like if I'm gonna do it over on Christmas Eve. We may do it. Have to do it over in your stream channel, Mandy, or Workman's Hostel or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's. Yeah, I know.
My account's limited on time because I'm on the free account on StreamYard. I think they only allow you to like 20 hours, 20 or 22 hours or something like that.
20 hours.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm still good. Yeah, I should be able to stream on Christmas Eve. I'm sure other people could be streaming too. I'll probably duck in over there. I'll see what's going on. I'd like to see the Christmas streams rolling. I know I mentioned this to Kush and others. So hopefully everybody's going to do their thing.
Yeah, and mine's always free. I could stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I wanted to.
So,
there could be a constant revolving door of people on the panels. I mean, I couldn't be here for all of that, but there's enough people with the credentials. Like, really. Well, she gave me, let's see, last suggestion, change your name to channel YouTube Bully. It would be a better fit for what you've been doing. My last suggestion to you, another last suggestion to you, woman, find the Lord before the lake get lit up, and you will have to pay for your own disgusting actions before God Almighty. There's still time to repent and turn from your evil ways. In Jesus' name, amen. Had fix some words. She will check my spelling. Actually, I don't give a shit about spelling. I am the last person to give a shit about spelling. But I agree, Alice. There is still time to repent. See, this is her own advice she should be taking. This is the path to forgiveness. The cutting down children. See, saying the mom did a terrible decision in becoming pregnant has nothing to do with the children.
YOLO Bandito.
Hey, Bandit.
We going all night, man. Well, it's about morning right now, so come on up and hang out if you want. Yeah, I might bake some cinnamon rolls. I was thinking about saving those for Christmas morning, but fuck it. Get some more later. You can get them cheap here too, like $2 for like a pack of them. You know, and you bust them open and they bust out like Alice's Alice's fat,
Like that?
fat roll. When she's in her little hoochie mama pants. You know what? I'll never open up a fucking can of biscuits or cinnamon rolls or French bread rolls and not have that thought in my fucking head. Thanks for that.
Bread tube. Bread tube.
Yeah, I'll always have this fucking image in my head every time I fucking do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jesus.
I think Bandit
You can tell
missed
just
it.
by she got the little pigtails. Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
She got that little girl look.
Yeah.
She does. She looks like a child.
Well, on purpose.
She's into pedos and shit, man.
If we look,
Mm.
Yeah, that's kind of observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, to sexualize yourself in the form of making yourself look like a child.
Mm-hmm.
A bit.
It's fucking degenerate and fucking perverted is what it is.
I don't even think she realized she does it. I think she does it subconsciously because acting like this is what she thinks that guys are attracted to.
Yeah,
Perverts.
like
Yeah, dressing
oh,
like
I'm
a dressing like
being
a
cute.
dressing up like a little hoochie mama teen.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like Austin Powers, Doctor Evil, with a little finger in the mouth,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like that sort of thing.
Bandit, what's the topic?
Whatever's
Traditional
fun.
conservative women, Bandit. Traditional conservative women. Yeah, it was one of my clients today. We were going over a bunch of different stuff. She's actually going to join me for a stream here pretty soon. But I was kind of filling her in because she kind of keeps up on, and she'll every now and then she'll come like listen to the streams or something when she's driving around. But
Could you change
Man.
that looping picture?
Hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor before you do.
yeah.
I want you to put. I know you did it earlier. Play that video again. Play the audio on it.
that's a babe right there. That's my baby. That's a babe right there. That's my baby. That's a babe right there. That's my baby.
That's a baby.
That's a babe right there.
Fucking pedo, man.
That's a babe right there.
Mm-hmm. That's a baby. Is what he said. I'm telling you, man,
Oh,
she's into fucking attracting pedos and shit, dude. That's why she hashtag can't keep a man. Because she hashtag attracts pedos. Hashtag she belongs to the streets.
see, she doesn't look 12 in here.
Ugh. Imagine waking up with that in your face every day, guys. It reminds me of that video of that one dude just standing there and shit and just watching these people dance with no music playing. He's watching his TikTok videos and shit. Watch these videos, of people just dancing with no music. He looked retarded.
Yeah. Oh, but my friend today, we were kind of discussing her because her her brand of conservatism. I was trying to explain like the shit that she says about her, her brand of conservatism. And she's like, "Oh, so it's subjective, like all the people on the left, right? It's all subjective definition and stuff." It's like, yeah, pretty much. But these are the feminists that cause the most damage because they're hiding out on the right. Eyebrow twerking.
Eyebrow twerking.
Bandit.
Do you know
Yeah.
Do you know the study about the correlation between eyebrows and narcissism?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
What is it?
It's not very well explained, but there seems to be a correlation between the two. So it's particularly noticeable in females, or females are more able to spot it. I can't remember which, but they'll take pictures of people and they'll ask an audience, "Do you think this person is a narcissist?" And they'll kind of like score it. And the ones that scored low, they replace the eyebrows with the eyebrows of someone who scored high, and they'll say, "Right, reevaluate, right, rescore this picture of the person. What do you think now?" And suddenly now they'll score higher with this superimposed set of eyebrows. So there's something about the eyebrows that give away an indication. And you'll notice, from my observations, you'll notice sociopaths having a particular set of eyebrows as well. Now, don't be surprised you start hearing people talking about eyebrows on their streams and things like that. All right, listening to Billy then, the idiot goat that doesn't know what he's talking about.
A fucking goat.
Oh, look at they're all psychoanalyzing me with body language. Like, whoa, these studies are out before my time.
Right.
Just saying.
Yeah, she's. I don't really see her as a narcissist. I see her as a multiple pathology. She's got some BPD. She's got some histrionic. Like she's not just a narcissist. She cycles through all of them. All the cluster B. Anything she can do to dodge accountability, she will try to do. Because that shit has worked for her in the past.
Well, this goes into narcissistic personality disorder. I mean, this is somebody that's been raised into this. Don't expect them to change because they're not.
Well, what you can expect is that
when it comes to Alice, what you see is what you get. It's never going to change. So it's going to be the same. It's going to get a lot worse. Okay, it's a train wreck in slow motion. Just grab a beer, some popcorn, and just enjoy the show.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what tends to happen is, especially when they become privy to such insights is a sudden like, oh, I've been rumbled. I need to modify my behavior to be more covert and hide it, mask it. So they try to upgrade their mask, but it's got that backbone, and it's a continual effort. The mask gets heavier and heavier. It's kind of funny. There's actually a mask on the screen there right now. Well,
Oh
no
yeah,
offense,
she's wearing a mask.
yeah. Well, no offense to bullets. Yeah, that's your avatar. But, I mean,
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Hey,
Bandit.
Bandit.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yellow Bandit.
Hey,
That's why half the
honestly,
time I feel like I need to keep my mouth shut more because I think I give away too much information sometimes.
you only give away too much information if she actually used it.
Right, and if they actually listen to it, they don't.
Well, they kind of corrupt it. So that's why I feel a bit guilty about, because it's like I've had people say to me, "Oh, thank you for teaching me that. I've used it in combat." And it's like, you've done what with what I've said? I didn't tell you that so you can go around getting into fights with people. So it's like bastardizing things I've been saying.
Oh,
You,
the
you,
free
you can't control how
marketplace.
people use information, Billy.
That's the problem. Yeah, I know. That's
All
Yeah.
you can do is
Very.
educate and hope for the best.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? I'm a gnome, so then by her logic, I couldn't be a witch.
Wait, how
I'm a
does
gnome.
What is that? The fake book marketplace?
Yeah, the Fae marketplace. Oh, Harley, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Hey.
Well, are you all caught up?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought we could because we were talking yesterday and you had some really good points on conservatism. But what do you think she did today? Or actually, you checked it out already, didn't you?
I'm not sure specifically what she's done today. Cause I've only been home for about 2-3 hours now, but haven't really looked into much. I've just been sitting here watching this. So
Well, her brother, let me see. I don't even know if I can get to the beginning. Well, I don't believe it's her brother. It's definitely her.
I mean, for what I've seen is that so apparently that account has been around since 2015. So it's been around for a minute, but the activity on there didn't start. The shorts weren't posted until January of early this year. And only in the past 24 hours has there been any type of like actual activity on that account.
Yeah. Well, she posted a nice little poem because I guess she's going to take a break or something, and she's trying to garner attention, obviously. Something I thought was weird, though, Elspeth Meyer apparently read this to Angler through her tears. And he asked her to tell Alice not to engage with the insane. I'll add with God-forsaken, godless rejects of all that is decent, kind, and holy. So she's trying to claim that Alice is decent, kind, and holy. We see you, you're glorious. Thank you for being. The one person we mustn't betray is ourselves, love. I'm very proud and amazed by your beautiful soul and joyful celebration of life. You are become awesome, Alice. He says, what you've expressed here is the perfect reason to let them fall away from you and yours. That's strange. Why wouldn't Angler post that himself? God watches over us. I don't know it. As above, so below. As within, so without. Avoid sincere communication with the insincere, Alice. Or in this case, the absence. The profane, repulsive, compulsive fuckwittery by demented megalomaniacal beauty parlor dork. Word. What the fuck? But I thought this was interesting. My brother has helped me realize some things. I am thankful for that. After months on end, he finally spoke up and he said what needed to be said from the standpoint as a brother, the uncle, and most of all, as a man. I am grateful to have people like Brandon, Cyber, my brother Dave, my father, and a few others in my life right now. My brother suggested I take a break for I am sick. I have staph in my bloodstream. Been really weak, but I'm feeling better now since I got my antibiotics, so hopefully they will work. You know what? Staph in your bloodstream. That's an interesting little illness. A very common cause of that is IV drug abuse. But Mandy just babbling idiot with no life.
She had a staph infection?
Yeah, in her blood. Yeah. So. Interesting. So I guess she's going to take some time off of YouTube while she focuses on her brother's channel. And she keeps... oh, he changed his name to Captain Dave. Apparently. A little note to Angler. Of course, now Angler's woman, I guess we'll call it, is replying, which I find strange. I find this very, very strange. Read this for him, girl. One fine day. He got some priorities right now. I'm right beside him. Sent a load of comfort and healing. He's stabilized, slept 12 hours. He said to tell you, thank you for it. Godspeed. I find that very, very strange. But back to traditional conservative women. What's your take on that, Harley? Because you have a different perspective, kind of from a different area of the country.
Yeah, like, because I know you guys were watching that short earlier. And where I'm at, and I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, with where I'm at, because especially with the area that I'm in and it being tourism and stuff. But the area that I'm at is a bit more, well, it's a bit more conservative, and like a lot of the women here, because we're close to the beach, you know, everybody kind of goes to where like that has that beach bod look. You know, they're not. You do see obese people or overweight people, but not very many.
Right.
Most of them are pretty fit, pretty healthy. There's also a lot of military here, so a lot of them are pretty fit and healthy. But a lot of the women here dress very professional. They're pretty covered up. The most you might see is maybe during the summertime when some come in with like their bathing suits on. Most don't, though. That's kind of weird when they do that. They are given weird looks if you do. Or aside from that, though, the most you might ever see is somebody in leggings. That's about most exposure that you might get. But for the most part, they stay pretty covered up. They're in jeans, they're in sweaters, the hair is done, their makeup's done, they have on jewelry and accessories. Like they're pretty well put together and well kept. And this is stuff that I would see people in middle school wear. Like we wore this in middle school. not not as grown adults. Like as an adult, it's kind of childish. Like we don't wear that stuff anymore as adults.
Yeah.
Because I used to wear stuff like this in middle school from like freaking Hot Topic and places like that. And I don't even shop at those places anymore because like to me it's like I've gotten way too old for that. Like I'm not I'm too old to dress like this anymore.
No, wait, and Harley, you're more than 10 years younger than this thought.
Yeah. That's the weird thing is that like this is something you would see like middle schoolers wear, not grown adults.
Yeah. What about grills? Have you seen any conservatives with grills in your area?
No. I haven't. I really haven't seen anybody with grills in this area. That's kind of more of a New York kind of thing. Like if you go up like towards the New York area or Philadelphia and stuff, you'll definitely see that. But around here, no, you don't see stuff like that here.
Yeah. Well, so what is your? Because I know you weren't really raised in, or were you raised in a conservative household?
Not really.
Yeah.
Like my early childhood growing up, I grew up in a really broken home. My parents, I was a bastard. My parents are not married. They were both alcoholics. They
Right.
were separated. So I was constantly being shifted from one household to another. And then they would constantly moved around. So I was all over the place a lot growing up. And growing up, I was pretty much left to my own free will. I didn't really have any like responsibilities on my own. I didn't have chores. I wasn't ever really like punished for anything. Like the worst I ever got was I got spanked one time for running out into the street in front of my dad and scaring the shit out of him. But that's like the worst. That's like literally the only thing I've ever really gotten as far as like punishment with my parents because I wasn't ever really a bad kid. I didn't really do anything that bad. It's just sometimes I did stupid stuff, but that's like the worst thing I've ever done with my parents. But after my biological parents passed and I was adopted, when I was first when I moved down south to southern Missouri and I was down there, that's when I was like first kind of exposed to like the more, I guess you could say, like conservative side because it was a really small town. It was only like 200 people. I mean, my class in school only had 6 kids, like 6 kids in my whole class. So it was really, really small. Everybody knew each other. And it's funny because sometimes there were jokes that would go around that dating, you had to be really careful dating in that town because there were a lot of people that lived there that were related to each other. So a lot of the kids who went to school there would not date each other because it was too risky. You didn't know, like, yeah, because a lot of the families who were there, they've been there for like hundreds of years. Like these are founded families that have been around a long time. So yeah, people in the school would not date each other because it was just too risky. And it was like around that time was a really different part of my life because it was because growing up, especially with being with a single father, he didn't know how to do my hair. He didn't know how to dress me. He didn't know how to really do any of that stuff. Like, he gave me clothes and that, but he didn't know, like, how to dress me like a girl. I mean, my dad shaved my head and gave me a rat tail. Like, my dad had no clue what he was doing. But he did his best. But then when I moved down there and I started living with them, that's when they really started pushing me to, like, you know, being more feminine, like being a girl, like going and getting my hair done, doing my nails, doing makeup, you know, buying clothes, going to sleepovers, hanging out with the other girls, doing sports, all of that stuff. And at that time, I didn't really want to do any of that stuff. I just wanted to sit in my room and be left alone. Like, I didn't want to socialize. I didn't want to be a part of the community. I didn't care about how I looked. I didn't care about how I presented myself. Like, I just didn't care, like, at all. And then when I moved up to Michigan, it wasn't until I got older, till I was like 16, 17 years old, that's finally when I kind of wanted to start as far as like experimenting with my hair and figuring out how I wanted to dress. Like, it's kind of I guess, a late bloomer when it came to those things, before I started having interest. And then finally, when I was 21, I ended up leaving home myself. And before then, I was always really dependent on my parents for everything. And so, having to be out on the world by myself for the first time is when I kind of realized, like, I can't really depend on anyone. I kind of have to learn how to do things for myself, and also learning that, at the end of the day, people just don't really care. Like, people don't care if you're homeless. People don't care how old you are. People don't care about the shit that's going. Like, they don't care. They got their own shit. They don't care about yours.
Right.
So I guess that's kind of when I really started. That's kind of when it was a wake-up call for me a bit, and I kind of started to realize that, the world, it doesn't revolve around me, and I need to do more with myself in my life. And that's kind of when I started to change. I started having a different perspective on things, and then over time, just kind of like, not like I wouldn't say like reevaluate myself, but just kind of like looking at the things and how I used to be and kind of how I am now, and how far along I've come. But I still have a lot of work to do. But anyways, yeah, like, as far as that video goes, that was stuff that I did back in, when I was like 15, 16 years old in high school, dressing like that. Because back then it wasn't so much really to expose myself. It was more so to make a statement, to kind of stand out, to say, hey, I'm different than everybody, to like draw attention to myself.
Mm-hmm.
In elementary and high school, the way that you look is kind of, it's a big thing, because it defines how you look, defines who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
as an adult too,
yeah.
I mean, if you look like a thought, people are just going to assume you're a thought.
Yeah, but especially because, like, during that time, though, in elementary and high school, that's when you're experimenting to figure out, how do I want people to perceive me?
Mm-hmm.
What do I want to be perceived as? That's why you had like all the different cliques of, like, like the jocks, or like the girly girls, or the goth kids, or the nerds. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's when they started. That's the time when you start figuring out, like, who you are as a person and who you want to be perceived as.
Yeah.
But then once you become an adult, at that point, you've kind of already figured that out,
Mm-hmm.
and you know the type of person that you want to be. Like, I can't dress nowadays like how I used to dress in middle school. No way.
Yeah, so you wouldn't feel comfortable going out in public in what she was wearing? Is that what you're
No.
saying?
First of all, it's too cold.
Yeah.
Second of all, I get fired. And even if it wasn't at work, it's still like the looks I would get would make me super uncomfortable because people would look at me like, what the hell are you wearing?
Right. Right. Yeah, Johnny is asking why she has a creepy puppet for an avatar. I think that it's just a representation of what this channel's all about. It's her little puppet pretending to be your brother. And trying to be an authority for men. When a man speak, it's good to listen, for he may have something important to say. Yeah, she's put up pretty much her time and attention today into this one. Could it be the hair dye that makes women crazy and pathological liars? Comparing me to Amber Heard.
Hey, I had hair under every freaking color of the rainbow except for yellow and orange. It's the only
Right.
two I didn't do.
Yeah, the brother is a puppet. It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, especially like the weird thing to me is that account was silent for years and now all of a sudden it's active. Like all of
Right.
these community posts are all within the past 24 hours.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, since Angler said he was going fishing.
I shall now be Captain Dave.
Well, what else does she have to do now, Harley? How do you think she can get out of this mess?
I think honestly, the best thing for her is just to, first of all, to start being honest with herself and get, instead of focusing on everything that's going on online and all this shit, to just take the time to focus on being there with her kids and spending time with them and being a good mother for them, because they already don't have a father in their life.
Right.
You know, they already are missing one parent. There's no point in taking the time away from them as the only parent to divulge yourself into online ridiculousness.
Right.
Because then when they get older, how are they going to remember their mother? Oh, she's somebody that just, spent all her time online,
Yeah.
dressing like a middle schooler.
Oh, yeah.
Like, pigtails? That's okay. As an adult, we don't do pigtails. We do buns.
Right.
We do buns.
Unless you're doing some kind of role playing, during some, but public shit like this is so gross.
There's just nothing conservative about that. Like, nothing.
That's why I was like, when she said she was a conservative, and I heard Cherry the NBD call her a traditional conservative woman, I was like, is he fucking nuts? Like, really?
I don't think they've ever met a traditional conservative woman.
I don't think so either. And you know, speaking as a woman, Harley, if somebody's accusing you of sexualizing somebody else because you're pointing out that they're sexualizing themselves, like, how is that even a thing?
To me, I hate that whole argument, because if you did not want people to sexualize you, you would not present yourself in a sexual manner. Like, you wouldn't even, like in the video with the audio, right? Like, clearly he's talking about her in a provocative way. And she's clearly, like, she's smiling at him, she's looking at him, she's entertaining it. She's clearly wearing clothing that is very exposing. Like, so then, like, people do that and then they get upset and they're like, why are guys always like sexualizing me? Because you are literally asking for it, like, you entice it, you encourage it, and then you get upset when people do it.
Right.
Like, we're just kind of pointing out the obvious here.
Right. No way, Billy.
Like, if I'm wearing a low crop top and my cleavage is showing and some guy comments on my cleavage, like, I kind of had that coming, because I probably shouldn't have been exposed. Like, if I didn't want guys to look at my cleavage, I wouldn't be showing my cleavage. Now, would I? No.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I wonder, so you spent some time over there on that side of the, we'll say, political realm. What is it? Because they always do that. They do something and then they accuse somebody else of doing it. Do you know the mindset that produces that? Is it, they can't really think that
I mean,
that's true, right?
the whole thing is pretty much that the mindset behind it, and it really, like, now it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Right.
But back then it was kind of like, I don't want any type of attention from somebody unless I ask them for that attention. If I don't desire it from them, then it's unwanted. Like, even in situations where I used to dress like that in middle school, if a guy were to say something to me and I was attracted to him, I would be okay with it. But if
Right.
it was like an older dude that I was not attracted to, then I would be like, that's not okay, that's creepy. Like, it's a double standard kind of thing. It's only towards, I only want it from the people who I want it from. It can't just be anybody.
And Billy said their accusations is their intent. They want you to do it. An entrapment. Yeah, see, that's why I don't understand. Like, to me, just looking at it objectively, it looks like it's a trap. Like, they're baiting you. Like, they want that control, and they're flaunting the thing, and then when the guy says the thing, they then have the control whether to
Accept
and
or
a lot.
reject.
Yeah, accept or reject, but also they're almost fishing for people to abuse.
Well, it's attention seeking. That's all it's for, is for attention. Like, you're hoping to get the attention of the guys that you want.
Mm.
And of course, when you're out there fishing for the attention of the guys that you want, you're gonna attract guys that you don't want, and those are the guys you reject and you push away. So then that way you only keep around the guys that you do want. And, especially when you're young, and there's somebody that you really like, you'll do anything you can to get their attention.
Well, So as a married, you're still 26, right?
Yeah.
Okay, as a married 26-year-old, how do you see conservatism these days? And is it different than what you saw it to be before when you were younger?
It is different now that I understand, because when I was younger, when a lot of people talk about conservatism, they talk about it from like a political standpoint.
Right.
Really, conservatism itself isn't political. It's kind of more of a, um, you could say more of like a lifestyle, the way someone lives. Conservatives, well, they're conservative. Like they keep to themselves. They don't flaunt themselves. They don't go out exposing themselves. They're pretty traditional and set in their ways and how they do things. They're not out there seeking attention. They're actually trying to do the opposite. They're
Right.
trying to avoid to draw attention to themselves,
Yeah.
because they want to essentially stay in their little realm, and they want to keep to themselves and to their families and to their values and to their morals and beliefs, and that's it. They don't want anything from the outside coming in and disturbing that.
Right.
um, and that's probably why a lot of conservatives, they get labeled as, being racist, being bigotred, being homophobic. But it's because that's how they are. Like, they are set in their ways, and they are very stubborn about that. They don't accept other things that don't fit within their realm around them. But it's also kind of like that. Like, you could make the argument that like leftists are like that, but not really. Like, they're actually open to anything and everything. It's just in a really weird, twisted way.
Right.
Like, they gotta twist it to make it sound not so bad, even if it is really, really bad. But conservatives, for the most part, they keep to themselves. They keep to themselves. They keep to their traditions. Their morals, their values, and that is it. Like, anything else outside of that is no go.
Right. Right. Rusty said conservatives try to conserve and protect traditionalisms in all aspects of Western civilization. By the way, hello, Rusty. Hey, Kush. Rusty, do you think this is Alice's brother, Captain Dave? Coming in to save her from her terrible life choices? Maybe we should take a vote. Actually, no, I have a poll in the chat. Where's that poll at now? Let's
It's
see.
probably expired.
No, I never ended it. Okay, we have 37 votes. 65% of people think brothers or Alice. Let's see. My question was, why does Alice's brother type just like her? 65% says because Alice is lying again. And 35% said because their parents are siblings. Well,
I mean, if she is conservative and she is traditional, and this is how she presents herself and the way that she acts, then maybe it is traditional in her family, like in her sphere and her family. That is how they act. Maybe for them that is kind of traditional, where they grow up in broken homes, and they,
No. She comes from a 2-parent household.
well, honestly, that's now,
2-parent household.
yeah,
A single mama with a couple bastards in tow that came from a 2-parent household. Now, her parents might be traditional and conservative, but she definitely is not.
yeah. I mean, I don't even call myself traditional or conservative because there's a lot of things that are conservative or traditional that I don't do. Like, there's some things that I do that are, but there's some things that I do that aren't.
Yeah,
And I'm not gonna pretend that I do, and I'm not gonna sit and act like I'm something that I'm not. Because
well,
there's some things about traditionalism that especially in Western culture, that I don't do. Like, I don't partake in organized religion. I don't, you know, I got married later in life. You know, I, yeah, I don't come from a traditional household. I come from a broken home.
right.
I don't always share the same values as some traditionals do, conservatives do. There's some things that I agree differently on. There's some things I agree with, there's some things I disagree with. There's some things I do, there's some things I don't.
Yeah. But you
And
don't claim that group identity.
yeah, I'm not going to claim it in order to pretend to be that to have this sense of self righteousness that I'm greater than what I really am.
Yeah, self righteousness. That's something I kind of noticed. Well, how long do you think she's going to keep this charade up?
As long as she can. Because really what her issue is, honestly, is the fact that she doesn't have anything else better to do. She doesn't work. She doesn't have a job, so she doesn't have any responsibilities.
She
She
has 2
lives,
sons,
yeah,
young
but
sons.
she lives with her parents. And her parents are probably caring for them while she's online doing this stuff.
Yeah.
So she doesn't, if she lived on her own with her 2 kids,
She wouldn't have the time to do this.
yeah, she wouldn't, because then on top of that, if she had a full-time job,
Yep.
she wouldn't have the time to indulge in this stuff because
Yeah.
she would be too busy doing other things. But the whole reason why she's indulging in this is because, one, she doesn't have any community. She doesn't have people in her personal life to actually, go out and do things with, or to talk to, or spend time with. She doesn't have any responsibilities that she's obligated to because she's passed those responsibilities on to other people.
Right.
She doesn't have to care for herself. She doesn't have to provide for herself or her kids. That's all done for her. And so the only thing that she has to do is this, because what else does she have to do? She doesn't have people to go out and spend time with. She
Right.
doesn't have to worry about constantly watching her kids because there's other people in the household to watch them. She doesn't have to worry about, making ends meet to make sure that there's a roof over her head and clothes on her back and, food on the table. That's all
Mm.
taken care of for her.
Yeah. Well, with the hate and the state's help as well.
Yeah. I mean, she really doesn't have. This is all she has. This is her sense of her way of reaching out and being able to talk to people. And instead of using it in a constructive way, she's using it in a way for attention, because at the end of the day, that's what she wants, is attention. Because in her personal life, who's really, aside from her kids and her parents, who else is really giving that to her? Like you would think that would be enough, but in reality, it's like 4 people. It
See,
gets
but
boring after a while.
I feel like at her age, she should be the one giving the attention, not receiving all the attention like a 4-year-old. See, I think that's where she's stuck. She doesn't know where her responsibilities are, to her kids, and it's like she needs to be taken care of still.
I mean, when you grow up with a lack of attention as a child, and that's what happens when you become an adult.
So we're going back to her perfect 2-parent household and that failings. Well, obviously there's failings there.
Yeah.
Like, mm.
I don't think it's all as what she tries to make it perceived to be. I wouldn't be surprised if she actually grew up in a broken home. I wouldn't be surprised if her parents had issues, and
Yeah.
therefore that's why she has issues. Because to me, this is all just stemming from a lack of attention. I mean, she's stuck at home all day with her parents and her kids, nowhere to go, nothing to do, you know.
Oh,
Like, what
no.
else is she going to do?
She's volunteering at the AA hall and trying to get more dudes online to defend her honor. She's got that going.
It's just attention seeking. That's all any of this is. It's just attention seeking because I feel like as a kid, she was probably the one kid that just wasn't wanted around. And now she wants to feel wanted. Like she wants to feel like she belongs somewhere, that people actually care for her and want to protect and provide for her. Maybe it's resentment or regret from, her other 2 baby daddies. That they didn't want to be around, they didn't want to care for her, they didn't want to protect her. And then, in a sense, has caused her to feel like she's unwanted. So she purposely seeks out to try and make it seem like she is wanted for her own self gratitude or satisfaction or whatever you want to call it. Really, what she needs to go to therapy and she needs to seek help.
Yeah.
Because all of this is just stemming from mental health issues.
Oh, yeah, no, she's
traumas that she can't,
super crazy bitch.
that she's not able to process and deal with in a healthy way. And it shows.
I just think she's too spoiled. I mean, spoiling a child is child abuse.
I mean, I was spoiled.
It creates
terribly.
It creates insufferable people that other people have to tolerate, and then those idiots feel entitled to spaces they don't fucking belong in.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Because, like, for me, especially growing up, and now that I'm adult, I'm a lot better at it. But when I was younger, and even now, like, I hate when people get upset with me or don't like me because I've whether I had messed something up or, sometimes people, they just hate you. Like, they just don't like you. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
For me personally, I hate it. Like, I can't stand when people don't like me like that. Like, I hate disappointing people and making them mad at me. But it's because as a kid, like, it was just not having a lot of people around. And, I wanted to be friends with everybody. I didn't want everyone to hate me because I didn't have a lot of people in my life. So those that I could have, I tried my damnedest to keep. And it always, bothered me a lot when, people disliked me. But now as an adult, like, I've come to terms with it and I've learned how to deal with it to where, like, it's okay if people don't like me. It's okay if people don't accept me. It's fine. Because some people are just going to hate you no matter what you do. It just is what it is. It's fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Yeah.
so yeah, I think for her, honestly, it's just a lot of like, because I could see it. Like it's issues with her past that she is not able to deal with or cope with in a healthy way, and I think she has a hard time seeing that because that's one of the hardest things when it comes to mental health issues, especially those who have it. To them it's normal. Like they're not thinking of it like anything is abnormal. Like to them it's totally normal because they felt that way for a long time. And the way that they handle it, they think is a normal way to handle it because they don't know any other way to deal with it. I mean,
Well,
if
if
you've
they,
grown up your whole life only knowing one way to do something and have never been taught or told or seen another way to do something, then you're going to think that's the only way something can be done. And it can't be done any other way. And that's
right.
not true. Well, how are you supposed to know that?
Well, but why wouldn't you listen to somebody who's obviously smarter than you and knows more than you when they tell you a different alternative?
Because at that point, you think that essentially you go into the whole you don't know me side of things.
Right.
Like, you don't know me, you don't know what I've been through. I know
Yeah.
what's best for myself,
Right.
even if you
Obviously.
don't. But
Right.
that's where that mindset comes in.
Mm.
Yeah, it's stubbornness.
Oh yeah, super stubborn. So stubborn that she's not willing to just be like, okay, I've been a lying little twat for fucking months and months and months, and I've backed myself into a corner. Like she just keeps doubling down. I mean, she pulled the shit earlier, this oh poor me shit, and got a little bit of attention for it. Some poem about God and how hard I have it. Spoiled little bitch, complaining about how hard she has it. And when she, has this medical problem now, a staph infection of the blood.
So staph infection of the blood is actually pretty serious, and
It is. It
because
is.
usually it's spread in like hospitals and stuff
Yeah.
or communities, hospitals and close communities. It spreads like wildfire.
Yeah. Well.
That's actually part of the reason why, whenever they do like medical exams on you, they have to wear gloves because
Mm-hmm.
that is one of the diseases they can easily spread. And once that stuff gets going, it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
It spreads super. You think COVID's scary? Oh no, there's way scarier shit out there.
Let's see. Fever, low blood pressure,
Usually,
tiredness.
skin
It's an
rash.
infection. Infection. Yes, infection of the blood though. So it'll be like Outlaw said, sepsis. Could lead to kidney failure and all kinds of organ damage. I don't know. I've only seen drug addicts get that shit, like needle junkies. So
Yeah, it usually leaves like a really it leaves like a distinct mark on the skin. It's usually from like puncture wounds or open wounds, cuts and stuff.
mhm.
Because the bacteria is mostly on the skin and especially in the nose. Um, and what ends up happening is that if you have like an open wound on your body or something, it can end up traveling into that. And that's how it gets internal. And if it gets too far along and this left untreated, it can cause sepsis and eventually death.
Yeah. Yet with her sepsis, she has time to do this. With her sickness, she's taking a break from her other channel, I think, to build this one.
Staph infection also causes food poisoning too. That's what you get. Yeah. When you get food poisoning, it comes from the staph bacteria.
Hello, contriver. The backhand of India. What's the grither? Oh. Yeah, quoting scripture. Well, going back to, I'm going to go back to the beginning of this stream in the comment because she left some comments.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So she actually has bacteremia. That's the bloodstream version.
She'll be fine. She has antibiotics. I don't feel sorry for her. She should practice better hygiene.
Hygiene and food safety.
Yeah.
I mean, she did say she was disabled. She didn't say what she's disabled from. But if she has the bacteremia version, she might have like an implant or something. Because you can get it from like implants and stuff.
Here we go. Using the Bible, the Jezebel spirit stuff.
Jezebel woman.
Pretty much, why do you guys still talk to Mandy? Why is it so hard to believe her brother would speak up for his disabled little sister and nephews?
I mean, it's not hard. It's just the thing is that one, the way that you speak, and two, what you're trying to speak up against.
They're pretty much regurgitating everything Alice has been saying for months and months and months and months. So.
Right, that she can do no wrong.
Right. She's a perpetual victim. See, you called me a white knight. Yes, for my nephews and sister. I will hold the line. You're just a internet bully trying to be famous for cutting down others to feel superior to them. Pathetic woman. Actually, Alice wouldn't have gotten any negative attention if she didn't start a bunch of shit and fucking call Contriver a pedophile to try to get him away from talking to those gulag dudes. So she did this shit to herself. And she continues to do this shit to herself. She keeps tagging a whole bunch of people and attacking them and shaming them. You know, the sign language, the shame, insults, guilt, because of the need to be right. She won't fucking stop.
And see, that's the weird thing to me is that it's like if someone's bullying you online, normal people just block them and move on with their life. They don't sit there and dwell on it. But like I was saying earlier, like that's like how I was saying how like growing up I had difficulties dealing with people who disliked me. And to me, this is exactly why she's doing this, because she has an issue with people not liking her. It's hard for her to accept.
But tons of people don't like her. I would say most people don't like her.
Yeah, and she has a problem with that.
She's not going to change that, but especially with this kind of behavior. See, I've been thinking she's been targeting my channel specifically because my goals, cutting all the welfare programs and repealing the 19th is kind of something. Also, I mean, I feel like her little circle of friends, the chicks there, all have their own reasons for also not liking me, and they're all teaming up. But the welfare programs for her, and then repealing the 19th because she, I guess, got in some trouble with the law and spent some time in jail and didn't have her kids for a while. And she said she worked for a long time to get those rights back, the right to vote. So I just assume that's been her angle. I know Latin Patriot doesn't want me to cut all the government funded college money that will help her get her psychology degree.
You know what's disappointing to me is the fact that instead of fighting the institutions that are like totally gouging you for all this money that makes it to where you need that government assistance and everything in order to do those things,
Right.
vote to cut those programs and to also make it to where those institutions are not trying to price gouge you. So then you don't need it.
Yeah, there's that thing too. Well, Contriver, I'm pretty sure the brother already knows because the brother is literally Alice, pretending to be her brother. Yeah. I wonder if Captain Dave is going to go try to attempt to go to channels and talk as if though he is a man.
I don't know. But like I said, this account was totally silent for years until this past year.
Yeah,
All
well,
of a sudden it's active.
what's weird is that it's the same age as the channel she keeps complaining about that she lost. That she was LARPing, that, I somehow was involved in the canceling of her previous channel before she made a new one. It's strangely the same age as I remember that one being, her original channel. I think she's just a little fucking liar and she can't help but lie. My question is, why are these people allowed to cause problems between people? Because she's been getting a lot of men to fight with other men on her behalf.
Well, because people don't advocate for mental health enough. Like they do, but in all the wrong ways. Like honestly, we need to bring back institutionalizing people. Like seriously.
Yes.
We need to start institutionalizing more people because these people are not only a danger to themselves, but they are a danger to the general public. Like if you ever watch those public freakout videos of those people just absolutely losing their minds over things, like throwing tantrums and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, why are we not institutionalizing these people? Like, it's pretty obvious that they are in such a serious state that they need to be
Yeah.
Like, it's just so weird to me that we don't do that. Because
Yeah.
any other country that you go to and you do that shit, oh yeah, you're being put in the padded room. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what I think it is? Like in our country, I know feminists were a big advocate for shutting them down because they complained that men put their wives there for, not doing what they said. It was kind of a form of slavery that the men used against women, which I think is a load of shit. So they got a lot of them shut down.
I mean, some of those institutions were doing some pretty fucked up shit.
Oh
Not
yeah.
gonna lie, but
Yeah.
but the whole purpose of them was to make sure that it kept the general public safe from
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. Now they're everywhere though.
Yeah. And then people are then what's even worse is that, especially like a lot of the younger people and leftists, how they preach about mental health, but then when someone does have a mental health crisis, instead of advocating for mental health care, they want to advocate for or against the thing that has nothing to do with it, especially when it comes to mass shootings.
Right.
Like they want to blame the access to guns and everything, and it's like, no, the issue is that people are mentally extremely unwell.
Yeah.
Like the fact that we allow it to get to this point with
Yeah.
no intervention, and the worst part is every single one of those that have happened, all of those people at one point in time were mentally evaluated and were shown to be a danger to themselves and the public, and they were let go back out onto the street.
Right.
And it's like, why? Like, we literally are doing this to ourselves. Like, this is not the police officer's fault. This is not the gun's fault. This is not security system's fault. Like, this is a failure on society to not take this shit seriously, and we are paying the price for it.
Yeah. Well, and in the school shooters, they never want to question and look into the mothers. Hello. Like why these young men are so fucked up. Because that would involve intervention into motherhood. And I mean, Alice is a perfect fucking example. You make one critical comment about somebody's mothering, and instead of taking any fucking responsibility, she just totally redirects and does this shit because of one fucking incident, which she still doesn't take responsibility for. Yet she peddles accountability and responsibility 24/7, which I don't fucking understand. And where's her, like, if this is really her brother, where was her brother and when all that was happening?
Yeah, why is he only just now showing up? Where has he been the whole time?
No, he claims he's been watching from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, I believe it because I believe it's to be Alice. Actually, I fucking know it's Alice.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell.
Yeah, like yeah, it's just it's clearly, and it sucks. Like, we have to pay the price for her fucking issues because we don't want to have to pay to institutionalize these people. But I mean, if I have to pay, some tax money, a little bit more taxes to keep these crazy fucks out of society and off of the street, take
Right?
my money, please. Take it.
Right? Yeah.
It's better than half of the other shit we're putting our money into. I would much rather put it into this. Like, please take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's very insecure about herself.
Well,
She
she
has a lot of
should be.
insecurities.
She should be. She's fucked up. She's super
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yeah, like she's fucked up. She's made mistakes, and she's got to live with them. It is what it is.
Right.
Like if someone says, "Hey, you had bastard kids out of wedlock," you gotta be like, "Yeah, I had bastard kids out of wedlock because I'm fucking stupid, and now I'm paying the price for it. It is what it is." Like
Yeah,
you just gotta accept
she
it.
doesn't say that though. She said, "Oh, I had bastard kids out of wedlock because I'm anti-abortion." And they're not bastards because they have their heavenly father.
Yeah, okay.
That is probably the funniest thing I've heard out of all this. The funniest.
Yeah, the last I checked, the church, and I'm pretty sure there's a part in there. Well, I don't remember. I have to look that back up. But I know for sure, like the church itself, traditionally would not accept people who had children out of wedlock or the children themselves. Like they would
Oh,
not
no.
be recognized.
Yeah, they're so much more progressive these days. I think a lot of them are just happy people are having kids.
Yeah, we're having all these kids in these really fucked up situations.
Yeah.
Like that's probably the thing when it comes to the whole abortion argument, where I say like abortion's one of those very gray things. It's not necessarily a black or white issue, and the reason why is because killing an unborn child wrong? Yeah, but at the same time, purposely bringing a child into the world to put them in these really bad households in these really fucked up situations
Mm-hmm.
is kind of just as bad.
Okay, so my answer to that is why don't we sort out why those households are so fucked up to begin with? Because culturally, we allow mothers to get away with whatever in the hell they want. Back to the holding mothers accountable aspect. Yeah, don't kill the babies. Like fix the toxic environments. How about that?
Right. But the thing is, though, is that how do you fix those toxic environments? By taking the children away, right?
Well, I don't like that either.
Well, I don't like it, but that's our current solution. We take them out of the home. Okay, we put them in random fucking houses with random people.
Yeah.
And then we ship them from house to house to house until eventually they get put into an orphanage or a care home where they grow up until they're 18 and then they're thrown out onto the streets and it's like, hey, figure it out. So now you got all these like homeless 18-year-olds, they don't have any education. They got shitty education, no starting ground, no jobs, no family history, no nothing. And then now we ended up with a bunch of, drug addicts and criminals out on the street because it's all they know how to fucking do.
Right.
Like our current solutions to the problem is not very good.
No. And see what other kinds of things we're
just moving the goalposts.
Right. But what if we took, say the child's, displacement was temporary and then the mother went away to get proper training and held accountable. And then she gets out and then takes care of her kid with supervision. I mean, CPS is already in place. They already supervise the fuck out of dads.
Well, CPS is kind of hit or miss. It really depends on who you get. There
Yeah.
are some workers who actually do their job and do it well, and then there are some who are shit at it. I mean, there was a situation not too long ago about those two babies who got killed by their grandmother.
Mm.
And the unfortunate part is she had a history of violent crimes,
Yeah.
and they got taken away from their mother. Their father wasn't in the picture. They got taken away from the mother because she was in the drugs and shit. Got placed with the grandmother for like 2 years. She had a violent history, and she ended up killing them. And
Mm.
everybody's like, well, CPS didn't check on them. And it's like, well, in that state, no. Legally, they don't have to. And of course, they're not going to if they're not obligated to. CBS doesn't have to keep tabs on them. It's only if they want to, if they want to invest the time. But really, they can pretty much put the kids with whoever they want to. Anybody. And when it comes to the foster care system, it's the same thing. They can put them in any homes with anyone for any amount of time.
And you would think that'd be enough for a mother that actually gives a shit about her sons. That would be enough to like make them afraid of that happening, to where they get their shit together as a mother.
Yeah, but if you don't give a shit, then the only person who suffers in that situation is the child.
Yeah.
And that's part of the issue, is that in our current setup, the only person who suffers in any of this is the child. Nobody else suffers for it. The parents don't suffer. They can always go off and have more kids, and that's usually what they do. While this child is stuck from being tossed to home to home to home, never feeling wanted, never feeling like they belong anywhere, growing up with a really fucked up mindset from it. And then that's how you end up with shit like the mass shootings. That's how you end up with shit like, all these criminals and all of these drug addicts and the homeless people out on the streets. That's how that shit happens. I think your audio cut out.
Yeah. All right, man. Litopia has an apology. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. That's the rant about the whole thing. Is that it's like, yeah, I don't necessarily agree with abortions, but I don't necessarily agree with the alternative either. Like if we are going to outlaw abortions and we want people to have children and we really care about those kids, then I feel like it needs to go full circle.
Mm.
It's like, do we care about them or not?
By the way, I looked up that video you told me about. I didn't watch it yet. This one?
Oh yeah, that was an ad. Yeah, that was the ad that I saw on YouTube, and I was like, YouTube is showing this? What?
Should we play it? It's 4 minutes long.
It's
Okay.
crazy.
Roe v. Wade is no more, and this has companies worried.
Are we going to have to pay to support a bunch of moms now?
We're all about women in the workplace, obviously, but not the kind of woman that bears children.
Time off for appointments, maternity leave, breastfeeding accommodations. increased insurance, more flexible work arrangements.
Well, there's no need to worry because of NBD Consulting.
NBD Consulting.
MBD Consulting.
NBD Consulting.
Hi, I'm Kevin Mortensen. You can call me Kev. I'm the head of NBD Consulting. What does NBD stand for? Not baby daddy. Look, we all know that pregnancy is purely a woman's issue, of course. But believe it or not, and contrary to popular opinion, a woman doesn't just get spontaneously pregnant. No, every time there's a man involved. But very often, a man doesn't really want to be a dad. So he makes sure that she gets rid of that baby without holding him responsible for anything, and still seeing him as a gentleman. He's a not baby daddy. NBD Consulting is here to tell you how to apply his strategies to the corporate world.
NBD Consulting has saved us a fortune.
Most women don't want to talk to their boss or HR about having an abortion in the first place, so they usually end up paying for it themselves anyway. Having the abortion policy just lets women know what our expectations are if they do get pregnant. And it lets the world know that we do the politically correct thing.
And having an abortion policy allows us to cut back significantly on maternity leave policies as well.
Your boss is like your pro-choice boyfriend. He doesn't want you to keep that baby.
All right, so how do we get women to choose the termination option while still taking a strong position for women's rights in the public eye? Simple. We use the exact same talking points I use when speaking to my pregnant girlfriends. Example 1.
This is a woman's right.
Subtext. It's not our responsibility. Example 2.
This is your decision.
Subtext. We're not going to be there if you decide to keep it. Example 3.
It's your body, your choice.
Subtext. It's your body. It's your problem. If you want more than that, sign up for my course.
Good news, ma'am. We will pay for you to fly out of state to have your baby dismembered with suction or forceps, exsanguinated, or lethally injected in the heart or head. And afterwards, you get right back to work.
That would be a messaging no. Let's cut that part, please. Let me get personal here for a second. I moved through many relationships with women. At this point, I'm a not baby daddy 16 times over. And of those women, I've driven 13 of them to the abortion clinic, there and back again. I've personally paid for 7 abortion procedures. Okay, that's almost half. And as of right now, I'm still single, ladies, with no kids to speak of. Well, that I know of. But I can honestly say the best part of this, better even than the money and the time that I save, is knowing, truly knowing that I'm a good person. And MBD Consulting can help make you a good person too. Here's a list of companies that are currently employing MBD Consulting. These are your corporate, not baby daddies. I'm proud of every one.
Jesus, did you see that list?
Yeah, that is the list of all the companies that have donated, made policies, or statements that all support abortion.
Oh my gosh.
So essentially what this is, because it took me a minute to figure out what the fuck was going on.
Right.
But essentially, so these guys are actually against abortion. And essentially they're making a joke out of it to say,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That this is what these companies are supporting.
Right.
Which is true. Like, companies don't want to have to pay, for you to be out of work while pregnant. They don't want to pay for your accommodations. They don't want to do those things. So anything that they can do to, eliminate that, that's what they're going to do.
Oh, Ford. It's a lot of... Well, and you know what? It's all, well, besides, well, I guess Walgreens would fall under that category. What, L'Oreal? Jesus.
Yep. Logitech. Lush Cosmetics, Macy's, MasterCard, Facebook. That's not surprising, to be honest.
Yeah. PayPal,
Mhm.
Reddit,
Revlon,
Starbucks.
Sephora, Skechers, Sony, State Street, T-Mobile, Target, not surprised, Tesla, The Body Shop, The Knot, Uber, Ulta.
I don't see Verizon on there. That's good. AT&T was though. Or wait, no, T-Mobile was on there.
Mm-hmm. Even Zillow.
Warner Brothers Discovery. Actually, they're Wells Fargo. Jesus. That's kind of crazy. You know why? Because these places all employ fucking women. Netflix. They employ predominantly women.
Yeah. And that's kind of the other thing too, is that like now, if you get pregnant, good luck keeping or getting a job because no one's gonna want to hire you now because they don't want to pay for that shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How many of these companies' CEOs were aborted? 0, right?
Yeah, like this, like that's why I say it's not necessarily a black and white issue. It's a
Mm-hmm.
gray issue because it's going to cause a lot. We're just moving the goalposts, is all we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, outlawing it is a good thing. But at the same time, there's a lot of unseen consequences of doing that. Because now employment's going to be terrible.
Good. Women don't need to be fucking.
Divorce rates are going to skyrocket.
I know women. Why would divorce rates skyrocket?
Because women don't, especially nowadays, with it being, you know, a corporate world that we live in, and now you have all these, you know, companies that aren't going to want to hire or pay for you to get pregnant. When you're married to someone, that's when you're usually most likely to get pregnant, is when you're married to your partner. So they're either going to get divorced or they're not going to be able to work, or they risk losing their jobs if they get pregnant.
I don't see that as a viable means
Like
to
it's
reason to divorce.
like it's okay. What would be the point of getting married then?
No, to have children and raise a family.
Right, but the problem with that is that now by having children, once you get pregnant, how are you going to get a job? You can't work no more. And they can legally let you go if you get pregnant. They can fire
Well,
you on the spot the moment they find out. And you can only hide it for so long.
well,
And most people, since they get their health coverage from their employers, now you're pregnant with no health coverage. Now you got to pay for all your care out of pocket, which is going to cost you a shit ton of money, which is going to put you in a serious financial crisis, which is going to cause tensions with your partner because now your partner has to be, you know, be able to fully financially provide for both you and your child and all the medical bills. Yeah, that's going to lead to a lot of divorces.
well, not if
Pay for all that.
not if he has the health coverage to cover that. Like,
Sure, if he has health coverage that covers her. Some places do, some places don't. Depends on the type of health insurance they have. Like here where I currently am,
mm-hmm.
depending on the job that you are doing, they only have to, essentially, when you first start working, you are only provided for health coverage on incidents that happen at work. Anything that happens outside of work, you're on your own, which would include pregnancies. Which would
Yeah,
mean
that's the way it should be.
right. Which
Like
means
companies,
that now you gotta pay for all that out of pocket, and that's not cheap. I mean, hospitals will charge you up to $500 just for sitting in their fucking lobby.
yeah.
Like, it's and now that she's pregnant, she got fired from her job. She can't work. So are you as the guy going to be able to financially cover all that burden?
Well, that's
You better
what
hope that you're making more than 6 figures a year, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to cost you a lot of money.
Oh, AT&T also. AT&T, T-Mobile, but not Verizon. That's good news, actually. That makes me feel better about my phone carrier. Tesla.
Like, how many guys in here in the chat right now, if you were married and you got your wife pregnant and she lost her job, and now you have to take all the financial burden of all of the medical bills, plus the houses, plus the cars, plus clothing, plus food, plus everything else, how many of you guys would sign up for that?
You're talking to a bunch of guys that wouldn't sign up for it anyway because the laws.
I know. I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is, if it wasn't that, if you currently were not MGTOW and you were married and had a wife and got her pregnant and she lost her job and now you have to take all the financial burden, would you do it, or would you divorce and leave? And most guys would say they wouldn't marry to begin with. Why?
Mhm.
Because of these types of situations. That's why they don't marry.
Well, I don't know if her being fired for getting pregnant has to do with it as much as her inability or her ability to leave the situation due to unhappiness.
Right. But
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, just knowing this alone, that if you wanted to have kids, that in order to do that, she's going to risk losing her job, and now you have to take the financial burden yourself if you get her pregnant. Which all it's going to do is that it's kind of weird, because part of this was to not only outlaw abortion, but it was also to, in some hopes, increase birth rates.
Right.
But it's not. Like, people even more now are going to push to not get pregnant. They're not going to want to get married, because even some states are moving to ban contraceptives and stuff now too. So things like Plan B, things like even just condoms. Like, they want to get rid of condoms and stuff too. Like, all of it. And it's like, it's not, like, to me, it's like, it's not going to work that way. Like, it's not. You're going to have even more divorces, less marriages, less children, less family structure. You know, it's just going to get more chaotic.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We are still having a baby formula shortage.
Really?
Like, I know a lot of people have stopped talking about it. No. Even where I work at now, there's still no baby formula on the shelves.
Really?
They're still empty. Like, everyone's just forgotten about the fact there's still no food for babies. There's still no formula.
That's what breast milk is for, Harley.
Yeah, but the problem is most women nowadays, because of
Factory original. Factory original
smoking
food.
and drugs and the drinking, and, women, there's even a huge decrease in women with the ability to breastfeed. Like, they just don't produce milk to
That's
breastfeed.
weird. That's weird.
It's weird, but it's a thing. Like, there are a lot of women who physically do not have that ability. That's why so many use formula. It's the whole. Have you ever heard of the Nestle crisis?
They use formula because they're too busy fucking working and leaving their kids with childcare.
Sure, but have you ever heard of the Nestle crisis, though?
No. What is that? Actually,
So-
Harley, can you monologue? I have to pee real quick. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, for those of you who don't know, okay, Nestle is one of the biggest food companies in the world. They own, I think, like over 70% of all the world's food products. Well, Nestle, a long time ago, they actually started off making dry milk, which nowadays we know as either powdered milk or also baby formula. Well, what Nestle decided to do in order to push and promote this product was they hired these fake nurses to go out to all these different places to promote their products and give samples. Now, Nestle was very smart about how they did this, and what they did was that they would give the mothers just enough to where they would feed their babies with it long enough to where their natural breast milk would dry up. They would stop producing. And then they made it to where they had priced it out of range to what they could afford. And essentially, they ended up causing tens of thousands of infants to die due to starvation. They killed thousands of babies by doing this. And Nestle still uses this practice to this day. They are still doing it. They did technically get in trouble with it by the government, but essentially all they got was a slap on the wrist. And it's really predominant in Asian countries. In a lot of the like the Southeast Asian countries, they still practice it a lot there. Yeah. There's actually a guy who made a whole video about it. He explains it. He gets like more in depth about it. But yeah, it's a it's a fucked up situation. And that's part of what actually happened here in the US as well. That's why there's so many women who don't breastfeed. And part of that is part of that practice of manipulating and tricking them into thinking that breast milk is so much, or formula is way better than breast milk. And then if you use formula, well, you don't have to deal with all the issues of breastfeeding and all the complications of it, and you get to go back to work. And it benefited companies like these because they don't have to make accommodations for women who breastfeed, because they'll just give them formula. Yeah, Nestle Nestle is an evil bastard, and they were very smart on how they did that. Very, very smart.
Well, I don't think companies should be responsible for spending more money to accommodate a woman that
They were well, the problem is it's not that they were accommodating women, it's that they lied to them, they manipulated them, and they killed a lot of babies. A lot.
Yeah, but who was really behind that, driving that? What year was that?
This started way back, I think in like the 70s is when this started, and it's still going on to this day. They're still doing it.
Yeah, I wonder who's pushing them to do that. All these women that are like, oh, I want to work and I need to solve this problem. Here, solve this problem so I can do whatever in the fuck I want. Yeah, the 70s.
Yeah. it's like I said, there's a guy, he did a whole video like really diving into it and explaining it a lot deeper, because I ended up part of my one of my introduction to business law classes, a part of it was where we had to talk about company like practices, especially when it comes to like certain morals and stuff. And
Mhm.
that was the one that I used to write for my paper, was talking about the Nestle baby formula thing that happened. Because I mean, it was fucked up. Like, it was really fucked up what they did, and the fact that they still do it and still get away with it. It's like, wow. And no one bats an eye. Like, they're still out here murdering all these babies, and nobody gives a shit.
Well, who puts the formula in the baby's mouth? That's who I blame.
Like, the only time I really understand is that I do know there are some, very few, in reality, there's very few, because most choose not to in order to work. But there are rare cases where there are women who just can't. Whether it's because their baby just can't latch to them, whether it's because they just can't produce. It could have been they got into an accident or had cancer or something, and they just don't, or they just don't have boobs. Like, they just don't. Some women are born really flat and they just never inflate, and so they just don't have anything there.
They still will at least double in size while they're full. I mean, they have the glands.
Yeah, but for some women, they just never work. They just never turn on for whatever reason.
Well, the majority of women do it so they can go work. I don't really care about the minority, Harley. I know it's the SJW. The SJW thing to do.
They're not the majority, but the majority do it because they want to go to work. But back in like the 50s and before, though, there's a reason why baby formula wasn't a thing. There's a reason why things were the way they were, and part of that was because back then baby formula was not a popular thing. Majority of women breastfed. Very, very few had accommodations for those who couldn't, and usually it was they would have either donations from excess, like hospitals would obviously sometimes have a bank with breast milk for those babies, or they would actually have a nanny that could breastfeed for them.
No, wet nurse.
They
Yeah.
couldn't.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's very different. Nowadays baby formula is the go-to, and
Yeah.
there's still no baby formula. It's still dry. And it's funny because I literally saw an ad earlier today from them talking about how they doubled their production and all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, well, why are our shelves still empty? There's still no baby formula on the shelves. So where is it all going? Because there's still none in it. Like, I don't know about where you live, but here, whenever I work in the infants and baby section, that shelf is still empty. There's still nothing there. Whether I'm at my store, another store, going to Walmart, Kroger, any of those places, their baby formula shelves are still empty.
I haven't looked in that aisle for a while, so I don't know.
Next time you go, look at it.
I will tomorrow. I will tomorrow.
Nothing there. It's crazy. It's like everybody just forgot about that. Like, hello, this is still going on. Like, we just totally forgot. But yeah, I have to see if I can find his video where he talks about it. Like, I mean, Nestle's done a lot of other crazy bad shit too. Like, they still use like child slavery and labor and stuff, but that's probably like the worst. In my opinion, the worst thing that they've partaken.
Is Nestle on this list?
I don't know if Nestle's on that. I honestly, it would shock me if they.
Netflix, New York Times, Nike, Nordstrom, Novartis. Nope.
Yeah, here's the video right here. I need to go over here. I'll put it over here in the chat for anyone who's interested in watching it if they want, and then I can post it in the private chat too. But yeah. Yeah, it's it's pretty crazy what they went through to, like, because they tried to cover it up. They tried so hard to cover it up and save their face. Like, it's kind of weird how they did it, but it worked. Everyone fell for it. Yeah, I don't know if you want to check that video out or not, but yeah, it's a wild ride.
How long is it?
It's about 12 minutes 38 seconds. It's not that bad, because he starts off kind of talking about who Nestle is, and then goes into like how they started, and then kind of what happened, and then where it's at today.
Well, they're one of the major productions of food.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Because there's actually, Nestle is only one of 3 companies in the world that control all the world's food brands and supplies. 3 companies in the entire world control it. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Did I? I don't think I ever did. I never posted that audit video of the police departments fighting.
So this video came up in an ad.
Yeah, it was a YouTube ad. That's the part that like surprised me so much about it, because at first I was like, what is going on here? And it took me a minute to process what it was really about. And then I was like, oh, okay. But then what surprised me was just the fact that YouTube allowed them to show it.
Well, if it's a paid ad, they have to, right?
I mean, I guess so. I'm just, because I know YouTube is usually kind of picky about what ads they will and won't show, depending on what it is and what it's about. But yeah, I'm actually, because I had never seen it before. That was my first time ever seeing it. And it just surprised me. I was like, wow, I've never, because usually, you get ads of like the generic shit of like, usually depending on your search history, it'll show you certain things. Like I get ads for StreamYard all the time because I use StreamYard, or I get ads about like certainly like common products, Walmart ads, shit like that. This was totally different. Like this I wasn't expecting.
Yeah. Look at all these feminists. Feminists in the medical field. Yeah, it looks like I guess a right-leaning channel. Got Tucker Carlson, a bunch of new stuff, some I regret my abortion stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of women out there decades later to end up regretting it. Yeah, essentially Malatopia. Yeah, that's what they did. They caused mass starvation.
Well, Harley, is there anything else you would like to discuss? Besides product, any crazy bitch? I mean, this was kind of. Let's see. When the White Knights wake up, these thoughts have to play pretend Captain Save-A-Ho themselves.
Yeah, like it's. Man. She just has issues that she just doesn't know how to deal with and she won't admit to.
Well, what words does she use? What suggestions do you have for Alice? Because you're somebody that's actually makes a lot better life choices than she does. As a woman, what would you suggest? Because she doesn't listen to me.
To honestly, to seriously go seek a therapist. Because it's pretty clear that there are things that have happened in her life, and it's pretty clear that her current decisions and actions are, she's not coping with it or dealing with it in a healthy way. Like, if you have to go to the point to where you're having to drag other people in to your issues or make up people to pretend to defend you from others, at that point you need to recognize that maybe I should go seek help, because this isn't normal and it's not healthy. Because normal people, when they have someone that they don't like or someone's messing with them, they just block them and move on. Because you can't make everybody like you. And people are always going to judge you no matter what. But she really is like having a hard time dealing with it. Like, she just cannot accept people not liking her. And she has to make herself, she has to defend herself and make herself seem right. Like, she obsesses over it.
Right.
And it's just, it's not normal.
Yeah, it's definitely not normal. Well, what suggestions would you have to anybody who claims to be her friend?
As far as being, like, honestly, if people really were her friend, then they would probably say something. Like, they would recognize and see that something's not right, that this isn't normal. It's not a normal thing. It's not a normal reaction. It's not a normal thing to do. But they're there because they enjoy this. They're not there for her. They're there for the entertainment. That's what they're there for. They don't really care about her. They're just, the only reason why they're there is because she provides them some type of entertainment, and that's it. And that's the thing about social media, because I used to be heavily involved in social media a lot, especially on Instagram and stuff, which I won't pull up on here because there's photos on there that is if they, yeah. Anyways, I used to do that as a way to, like, try to validate myself and try to attention seeking. You know, to make myself feel like that I am wanted and that I belong somewhere. And eventually I had to come to terms with and deal with the fact that, you know, I don't need that. I don't need to do that. And I don't need everyone to like me. I don't need everyone to, because not everyone is. Like, it's just, some people are gonna hate you just because they hate you, and that's it. Like, there's really no reason. They just don't like you. It just is what it is.
Mm.
And I feel like that's what she's doing here. Like, she's trying to validate herself to not only everyone else, but also to herself. She just wants that sense of belonging somewhere.
Mm.
That's why she's in the AA group. That's why she's on here on YouTube. That's why she's on TikTok, why she's on all these platforms. Because really, aside from watching other people and talking to other people on here, the main reason why people usually come to these platforms is, especially when they're trying to have a community or build a platform, is to have that sense of belonging. And that's also part of the reason why people seek out this platform, is not only for entertainment, but sense of belonging.
Yeah.
Like, you're a part of something.
Yeah. Hey, Harley, this has audio.
Ah, the inbred, how dare you, Black Freezer? Ha ha ha. The inbred, how dare you, Black Freezer? Ha ha ha. The inbred, how dare you, Black Freezer? Ha ha ha.
What the hell?
Captain Dave's here. Captain Dave's here. Captain Dave's here. Captain Dave's here.
What the fuck? Well, oh yeah, the thought convention. I know. I went in there for a second, just to peek. It was kind of funny. It is a thought convention. I can't wait to hear
Wait, who's Mink?
Minka. Yeah, from the Better Biatches channel. She's somebody that woke up to a lot of the shit that's going on, and she lives in LA. So she's trying her damnedest to try to help the big situation.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well,
So, do you have any other new crazy bitches on your list?
not really.
Because I know we had mentioned Miss Pearly Things. And her friend.
Oh yeah, her friend's definitely a thought. Yeah, the femme sapien. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she came here, wanted to dictate some shit, and then sent me an Instagram message. I never read it. Like, I don't need to even fucking talk to you to realize who in the hell you are. So, just went on the list.
Yeah. And I just found the whole Black Lives Matter situation so funny. They literally only talked about it for like a month and then never talked about it again since. And the only reason why she was on that rant was because she was dating black guys. Because it was funny because she was talking about how passionate Miss Pearly Thing was about about black men and the suffering that they go through and the hardships and everything. And it's like, Well, yeah, because she's only interested in black men. It's not because she actually cares. She's just trying to, stroke their egos.
Yep. Yeah. She's got a new channel. Wife School with Pearl.
Which I just find hilarious because it's like, you're not even married.
Right.
You're not married.
Oops. Yep, not married. Oh, it's a fucking ad.
Yeah, you gotta go through all the ads. Like, normally I see ads like these until I saw that other one, and I was like, what the hell is this? It caught me so off guard. I'm just used to seeing, like, the boring, skippable ads, not stuff like that. Like, it just threw me through a loop.
Is this a thing? Ad blocker?
Ad, too.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, look.
All those ads and then block them.
Well, I don't know. That chameleon school, right?
Yeah, like it's crazy to me because it's like Miss Pearly thinks isn't married. She's never been married, and then her friend who was married cheated on her ex-husband, divorced him, and married his boss. Like, come on. You think it's a coincidence that shortly after you met his boss, a few months later, you divorce your ex-husband and marry him instead and tell me nothing was going on in between then? Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure all of us know that's not how that works.
Right.
That is, you're missing part of the story there. And then and the worst part is that Miss Pearly Things is the one who encouraged her to do it. But she's gonna sit here and preach these things about how women are and how terrible they are, like the same stuff that we talk about. She's going to preach that while still encouraging her friend to cheat on her ex-husband and marry his boss. But you're going to sit here and teach other women how to be wives and how to get married? What?
It just gives me a headache. Thinking about it gives me a headache.
I know. That's why I was saying, like, she's just, like, her message is good, but the person delivering it is not.
Yeah.
She doesn't practice what she preaches. The same thing with freaking Alice. Alice does the same shit. She preaches these things, but she doesn't practice them. And she just can't comprehend that. She's like, why are all these people coming after me for this stuff when this is what I preach? Because you don't practice it. You're a false prophet. You're a hypocrite. Like, and everyone can see right through it. Same thing with these two chicks. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see where this goes, like how they're going to twist it to kind of fit, to make it sound like something that it's really not. Because it's funny because her friend over here, Fem Sapien, I think it was Big Jack's channel that she went and talked to on him. And it's funny because he is very much against like the whole Black Lives Matter thing. So when she started talking to him about that, that conversation did not go well.
Really?
That conversation did not go the way she was hoping it was gonna go. He was not biting it. And I mean, she was trying hard too. Like, she was trying to offer him things and all sorts of stuff. Like, it was crazy.
Offering them what?
Trying to offer him like jobs and to like work for her and stuff like that. Yeah. Keep in mind, this chick's married.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you can see right through their bullshit.
Yeah.
Right through it. Like, it's terrible. And it's funny because on the interview, she was saying how, like, she understands, like, their oppression and everything because she's Hispanic.
Oh,
And she has
God.
a little brother who is black and all this other stuff. And it's like, what?
She's a feminist.
They both are. They both are. They try to make it seem like they're not, but both of them are. You can see right through their bullshit.
Yeah.
That's why they won't win.
Well, should we give Alice any more attention after this, Harley? I'm kind of over crazy bitches. That cat has got her herded into a corner, and she's just making a fucking fool of herself.
I would say to just let her sit in her corner for a while and let her continue making a fool of herself. Because eventually she's going to reach a point to where she's going to get tired of it. She's going to move on. Or she's going to get smacked in the stick with reality. And have to learn the hard way like I did. And honestly, sometimes it's just that's what it takes, especially when you're stubborn and when you're really stubborn like that and you're really blind and really set in your ways like that. That's usually what it takes. It usually takes you getting smacked with reality pretty hard to make you realize, like, you really fucked up.
Yeah. Oh no, she really fucked up. She's been committing many fucking crimes over the past few months. So yeah, that reality stick is gonna hit her pretty fucking hard.
Yeah. And it sucks. It really sucks. I need to talk to Marie about doing a stream with her.
Yeah, she said because of Advent.
Yeah.
So probably after Christmas or New Year's or
Yeah.
yeah.
I've been wanting to do another stream. I'll probably end up doing one on my channel. I've also thought about maybe doing vlogs or something, but I don't really know of what. Like, my life was kind of boring, to be honest. Like, I just get up, I go to work, I come home. That's about it. I don't really do a whole lot.
Yeah. That's good. Now prepare for those babies.
Yeah, definitely got that.
Well, should we wrap it up? I'm actually getting a bit snacky.
That's up to you. I mean,
Yeah.
I still got a little while before I head to bed. I actually got some videos to edit for a friend of mine, so
Yeah, that technology stuff that I'm terrible at.
yeah, he so it's funny because I was talking to him last night because he does streaming on Twitch, and he a few months ago got involved with this one chick who was also a Twitch streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, long story short, she was a crazy bitch.
Mhm.
And she ended up creating false accusations against him, pretty much
Mhm.
destroying his platform. And now he has to start at the bottom and work his way back up. So I said, hey, you know, because he's kind of left managing everything on his own right now. So I said, hey, if you want, I'll help you out. So I'm currently doing editing some of his streams to be posted on YouTube. So, and I was like telling him, like, you know, I was like, because he knows that like I'm on YouTube, and stuff. But I was telling him about how, like, yeah, you know, on YouTube we talk about that kind of shit all the time.
Yeah.
How it's yeah. I was like,
That
you need.
sucks that they can do that on Twitch.
Oh, on Twitch, it's so much worse.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, they literally, it got so bad to the point to where other people who watched his channel, one of the people who watches his channel that he knows, that chick ended up, she actually works for the government. She actually works under Dr. Fauci himself. Like, she works for him. This bitch called the FBI on her and her husband. She's a government employee. And they called the FBI on her. Then, on top of that, there was another person who watched the streams who got swatted 16 fucking times by her. And she has not faced one repercussion yet. She's been sending like death threats to people, swatting people, sending the FBI to people. Like, granted, the shit that Alice is doing is child's play compared to what those bitches on Twitch will do. Like, they straight up try to get you killed. Like, they were mailing, there was one girl on there, she has like 2 kids who are disabled, and they were mailing like funeral blankets and shit to her house, like wishing death upon her and her kids and stuff. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It's a whole nother level of crazy on Twitch. That's if you think women here on YouTube are crazy, you should check out Twitch at some point. Those are real crazy bitches over there. They will straight up try to plot to have you killed if they do not like you. Like, Twitch is a whole different playing field. It's very dangerous over there. That's why I told him, I was like, that's why I keep this shit to the YouTube side. Because if I took that shit to the Twitch side, I probably would literally get killed. Like, they will try to have you killed if you do, and they don't have any repercussions for it.
Right.
That's the worst part.
Yeah.
Because Twitch doesn't care. As long as it doesn't happen like on their platform, whatever happens outside of their platform, they don't give a shit. It's got nothing to do with them. But I mean, yeah, this chick has been going through causing absolute mayhem across Twitch right now. But it's funny because she's starting to get taken down though, because some dude on there apparently exposed that she has an Adderall addiction. Apparently she's addicted to Adderall and stuff, and so since that has come out, like, the tables have slowly been kind of turning on her, where people are kind of starting to see, like, this bitch might be crazy. Like, yeah, you think she's literally swatting people and calling the FBI on government employees and sending death threats and shit to people. Like, yeah, she's kind of crazy. But it's not just her. There's a lot of other ones over there too that'll do the same shit. They'll do the same thing. Like, yeah. That's why it's like, honestly, when it comes to people like, you know, Scorpion and Alice and stuff, honestly, they don't really bother me, because I know where the real crazy bitches are, and these they cannot compete with them. They could not. Even if people like Scorpion and Miss Elite and Alice, if they were to go to Twitch and try to pull this shit, They would not last long. They get eaten alive. They think you're a bully. No, they haven't experienced bullying yet. So
Right.
they see nothing.
They should go to Twitch.
Twitch is wild. It's crazy. That's
They
why I
should.
prefer to be on YouTube side because it's a bit calmer.
Mm.
Twitch is very hostile.
See, even all this nonsense is way too chaotic for me.
I've definitely experienced way worse.
Mm. Well, Harley, thank you for doing this stream, giving your input and your experience and your suggestions. You know, as a chick that's kind of been through a lot more and learned more, I think, valuable life lessons, I would say.
Yeah.
Even though you're over a decade younger than stupid Alice, I think you have more knowledge and wisdom to impart on other women than she does, for sure.
I think honestly she needs to go get help. Like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, she can sit there and you know, I understand like the whole God thing and everything, but you know, at the end of the day, like there's only so much he can do. Like because even through the Bible it explains that God gave you the ability of free thinking to think and act on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things that happen that, you know, shit happens. And
Mhm.
you got to seek help for that.
Yeah. Well, and the whole mental health field is a little.
Yeah.
They're a little too enabling when it comes to that kind of fucking behavior. So.
Oh yeah, some of them definitely are. Like I've heard some crazy stories from people going to certain people, but you know,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's a start. You know, it's a start. Like it's, you know, you got to start somewhere. And that's why I'm all for like we need to bring back institutionalizing people. It's like
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
Especially like when you watch stuff like public freakouts and stuff and these chicks and even some of these guys just having total breakdowns the way that they do. It's like why are we not institutionalizing these people? Because it's pretty clear that they are not safe to be out and about in normal society. Like it's not safe for them to be out there at all.
Yeah.
Like not even just like the narcissism and entitlement, that's one thing. But when you got people like literally like throwing tantrums and assaulting people and going through and like, you know, there was one I just saw not too long ago of well, was that on Bullet's stream? Or that chick in Walmart where she was throwing the candles?
I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't. It might have been a different video I was watching, but there was this chick, she was having a breakdown in Walmart where she was grabbing these candles and she was like screaming about like Black Lives Matter, my pussy matters. And she was taking the candles off of the shelves, and like glass candles, and was throwing them at people across Walmart. And it's like yeah, like we're just gonna let her do this.
Yeah. Well, these universities indoctrinate these women into this madness and then set them out into the world.
That's why I'm like, yeah, we need to bring back institutionalizing people because that's wild.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff that I watched, I'm like, there is no way I would just sit there and just tolerate it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
probably one of the best examples I can think of is when it comes to driving and like the road rage situations. Especially where if I'm driving and somebody were to suddenly stop in front of me and jump out of their car immediately, and especially if they got something in their hand, I'm not going to sit there and wait and find out.
Right.
Drive. I'm gonna run
Right.
your ass over. I'm gonna bust your door off your car, and I'm gonna haul ass and get out of there. Like, I'm not gonna sit around and wait to find out what you're gonna do. Like, I don't
Right.
care. Like,
Right.
what? Like, and every time I see those videos, people just sit there and watch them, and I'm like, no way. Like, I'm running your ass over, and I'm getting the fuck out of there.
Right.
It's the same thing with these people who have these meltdowns in these stores. Like, there's no way I'm dealing with that.
Yeah.
I don't understand how people have become so tolerant of these things.
Right. Well,
Like, being tolerant to it is what's enabling people to do this.
exactly.
Because they know they can do it. No
Exactly.
one's going to say or do shit about it.
Right. The enablers. Yeah.
But yeah, some of this stuff is just crazy to me. Like, I don't even know anymore. Like, I'm not even sure what I would do if I was at work and some chick just started grabbing candles and just started throwing them across the store. I'd probably just be like, "Yeah, I'm not paid to deal with this. I'm going home." Like, yeah, don't pay me to deal with this shit.
Right. All right, Harley, I need to go eat.
All right.
It was lovely talking to you. Have a good night with your software stuff or your
Video editing.
video editing stuff. Yeah.
I still gotta eat cheesecake too.
Mm. And let me know. Let me know if you stream on your channel.
Yeah.
Is it going to be on yours?
It
Or-
probably, it might. I don't know. I have to talk to her and find out because I've thought about like streaming on the channel, on that channel, or if I'm just gonna stream on mine and just keep that one for both of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of because I would like to keep that channel at least going if I can a bit more regularly.
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of like, I don't know, when it comes to certain topics, like I was wanting to do one about when it comes to like, public display, how to display yourself out in public.
Yeah.
That would be a good one. But, yeah, I'm still figuring that out. It's just a little hectic right now because it's so close to the holidays and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. That's understandable.
But eventually we'll get it figured out.
Well, let us know when you do. I'll be there.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Harley.
Thank you. See ya.
See you later. Have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm going to wrap it up. You guys in the chat, have a good night. Manletopia. Mr. Pliskin. JR, good to see you. Mr. Kush. And Outlaw. Saunders. Pang. Rusty. And anybody else who's here. Lawrence. Good night, Lawrence. All right, Alice. Get ready for the institutionalization.